everyone. Oh, I'm Michelle Melendez. I'm so excited you guys are here. This is lessons learned from the pandemic from a doctor's point of view. Does anybody have any questions about what's been going on the past 3 years, by chance? Yeah, me too. So I just want to say, you are safe here if you have been vaccinated. If you haven't been vaccinated, whatever your belief is about what's going on, you're safe and you're welcome to be here. Little quick about me. I've been in the fitness and wellness industry for 27 years. I've written a 3-time award-winning book called End Dieting Hell. It was also a bestseller on Amazon. And when this first started happening, my family's been on island for 25 years, and I moved here January of 2019. And it got me for 2 weeks. 2 weeks. I put the mask on my face, and I walked into Costco, and I did the hand sanitizer. And I'm shopping with the hand sanitizer on my face, which I never use. And I'm going, okay, this is not right. Hand sanitizer is actually poison for your body. Your body has more bacteria in your body and your microbiome and on your body to keep you healthy. So when you're using hand sanitizer and antibacterial soap, you're actually killing the good as well as the bad bacteria. So start using regular soap. So I'm going through Costco with that. I'm like, okay, that hand sanitizer is not good for your body. This mask doesn't help with viruses. Does your underwear help with gas? That is the same comparison. So I'm going, okay, let me look at this more. So I started looking at the numbers. I started researching and I started looking at Hawaii Island and the regular flu. In the regular flu, I saw the numbers for 6 years, 2014 to 2020. 2014 to 2020, the regular flu killed more people in all the Hawaii Islands than COVID did in 2020. And I thought to myself, I'm going to do a health summit. I'm going to put on a health summit, and everybody's going to go, oh, there's nothing to be afraid of, and it's all going to be over. So I did a health summit at Kahului on August 29th of 2020, and nobody would rent us a space, because it was 2 weeks after the no more than 10 people could congregate. So nobody would rent us a space. So I said, we're going to do it at Kahului. And we did it at Kahului with over 30 people. And I live streamed Peggy Hall and Dr. Mary Ruart from the mainland. 2 hours we sat there. People were taking pictures. But it was great. It was great. Who was there? Who was there? I know Jules, I think you were there. Some people, anybody was there? It was great. It was 2 hours of amazing information. So we stood up to do the pule, and I saw in the corner of my eyes a cop car. And I was like, okay, we made it through. And I'm just like breathing and staying grounded. And the cop car pulls up, and long story short, 15 cop cars screaming down Ali'i Drive like somebody just was murdered. 22 officers. By the time they all got out of their car, there's like 12 of us, mostly women, standing there, and they all are masked in their blues. And I look at one of them, and I look at his eyes, and I go, I know you know this is wrong. You were supposed to be on our side. You took an oath to defend and support the Constitution, and this is against our constitutional freedoms. And so he didn't say anything to me, got a mask on his face. They started walking at us, and they arrested 4 people. They just grabbed people, and I wasn't grabbed. I jumped in my car. I thought they were going to pull me out, but they didn't. And we got all of them out that night. But here's the thing I wanted to share with you about this and why this is so important. And we did this last night in Hilo, and I didn't share this story, and now I wish I really did. But every single one of those who were arrested held their ground. The charge was broke emergency mandate. They put it down 3 times. Okay, you can't do that for one. But also, what is the emergency mandate? Mandates are not laws. So all of them held their ground for 6 months of court cases, and all charges got dropped. And the reason I want to share that tonight is because if something else comes down the pipeline, remember where you are. Even though that's a controversial story here because of Hawaii Islands, it's another topic. But the point is that you are free. You have a constitution for a reason. You have a Bill of Rights for a reason. And hold your ground. Know that you are free. You cannot be mandated without your permission. You have to agree to it. This is why at the airport they had you sign. And I actually signed. I was really upset. I signed and I put under duress under it. Lavana Loma didn't sign. If you remember her on Kauai, she did not sign. And that was a year-long cases. All charges, the whole state dismissed it right before it went to court, and her $2,000 fine got returned. Yeah, so that is the power we have if we hold our ground. And we know that we are free. It goes God, people, government. Not government, God, people, however they want to think it works. So I just want to remind you of that, and really excited to be here tonight with these amazing doctors. Oh, that's the other thing I wanted to share. Last part is that I started StandTogetherHawaii.com. If you want to know how to take action against what is coming down the pipeline that may be changing our lives and our keikis' lives and our future, please go to StandTogetherHawaii.com. It's one page. It's just put your name and email. You'll get an email from me that literally is going to just tell you what you need to know about and how to, most importantly, how to take action. How to take action. If you want to grab your cell phones now, you can put it on mute and vibrate. So I want to let you guys know that too, so they're not no ringing or buzzing. Last night we had a guy who talked about the EMFs. He said, turn off your phones or put them on airplane mode. So if you could do that now, that would be great. We have Dr. Perry Corey here. We have Dr. Ryan Cole. We have a beautiful local doctor. We have two other doctors, secret surprise doctors, that are also going to speak for 10 minutes. That are going to knock your socks off. This night is going to be amazing. So I want to introduce a friend of mine before all of this to just talk about what's going on with the mosquitoes, because a lot of people are very curious and we need to know about what's happening. This woman, Donna Thompson, she actually contacted me because after that event at Kahaluu got front page paper, and I remember when the newspaper called, I was like, oh my God, my paddling sisters are going to hate me. I don't care. This is happening. So the front page paper, she contacted me because of that, and we've been great friends ever since and working on different things. She has been working in the national security, for national security. She's an investigator and also an instructor for 30 years for national security, and she's going to share a little bit about what's happening with the mosquitoes. Oh, there you are. Okay, mahalo, everyone.
Test. Aloha, everyone. I'm really pleased to be here, and I feel like, we've come full circle with what Michelle is talking about, because now we're fighting some other battles, and the battles are going to continue. We're in a spiritual war right now. What I want to ask you guys is, how many of you are aware of the biopesticide mosquitoes? Good. Okay, so a lot of you. So that's good. There's a lot of awareness out there. The most important thing is one, we're aware, and two, that we have to decide, do we consent to it or not? That's what this is all about. Everything we're talking about tonight is about consent, informed consent from these, as these doctors are going to talk about. So what I'd like to do is give you guys a little bit more in-depth knowledge on what's going on with these mosquitoes. I started out looking at this about 1.5 years ago. I was one of the initial people that kind of got the ball rolling with Michelle and getting the awareness out there, and hooked up with Tina. We found each other through the testimonies, and the testimonies are a key point to all this. You may not feel that your individual testimony means something, but it actually does, because if it wasn't for our testimonies that we were submitting, we wouldn't have found each other, and we would not have formed Hawaii Unites. Okay? so that's for me, that was a really powerful thing. And there's people that have been out there doing testimonies, and they've been building, and that's how we've been able to get this movement going. So from there, Tina has been on the forefront and really, I mean, doing amazing stuff. And I've been kind of behind the scenes in the shadow. That's where I'm comfortable being in the security field. And the information that we're providing out to the public is mostly all government documents, grants, peer-reviewed papers. So these are all things that are out there for all of you to look at. You can go to our website at hawaiiunites.org to watch and look at all this material, watch the videos to kind of get caught up on what's going on. But we really, really need support in order for us to fight this. This is where we're at right now. We're in court, and we have a case. We filed a TRO, and what I'd like to do is get you all to hear what Tina has to say. She did an amazing talk the other night in Maui for the same event, and I listened to it this morning, and I was blown away by it, and I just feel that you all ought to hear coming from her mouth, and then I'll follow up with a few comments. So whenever you're ready.
And next we have Tina Leah going to give a short update about the mosquito situation here on Maui. If you're not aware of it, it's pretty bad. About as bad as it gets. So, Tina, give us the good news and the bad news.
I've got all the news. So I'm Tina Leah. I'm the founder of Hawaii Unites. We're an environmental organization that has been challenging this mosquito release project for over a year now and doing extensive research, mostly of the agency's own documents. So the things I'm about to tell you are documented, and you can find that information on our website, hawaiiunites.org. We've also referenced peer-reviewed studies, and we have scientific expert opinion from Dr. Lauren Pang, who is a tropical disease and vector expert who has spoken as a private citizen on this and supported our, we're feeling that this needs to be studied further. There's serious risks, and they are doing everything they can to skirt around what should have happened here. So what's happening with this project is that the state of Hawaii and its multi-agency partnership wants to release over 40 billion lab-infected mosquitoes a year on Maui alone. They're targeting all of the islands, but they've started with Maui. And the intention of the project is supposed to be to save the endangered native birds from avian malaria, and that these Wolbachia lab-infected mosquitoes would be incompatible and not able to have viable offspring with the mosquitoes here, and that would suppress the population. But they actually haven't studied that enough to say that it's even going to be effective. And there are peer-reviewed studies showing that the Wolbachia may cause the mosquitoes to be more capable of transmitting avian malaria, so it might actually kill the birds. And there are studies showing that it might make them more capable of transmitting West Nile virus, which also infects birds and humans. So that's a big problem. They've already started releasing the mosquitoes, despite the fact that we have a case in court, and they're doing what we believe are the initial studies in East Maui. The project area runs all the way from Makua'au Forest Reserve to Hana, all the way across Haleakala National Park, and so they have started releasing. We did some outreach in East Maui, and they're very concerned about this. They don't want this, and so that needs to be said, and they want to know why they weren't talked to about it, and so you'll be hearing more from the East Maui community on that. This is an experiment. It's never been done before. The southern house mosquitoes have never been used for standalone field release with Wolbachia. The project area here on East Maui is over 89 times the size of the largest Wolbachia release of any kind globally to date. So this is very much an experiment. Whatever they're telling you that it's been done before, safe, effective, we've heard that before, it's not true. The southern house mosquitoes transmit human diseases. West Nile virus is one of them, elephantiasis, St. Louis encephalitis. They can possibly transmit Zika virus. And we have no pathogen screening information at all. I've had to do a FOIA request with the EPA. We're still waiting on those documents, and we don't even know if we'll get that information. No biosecurity protocols for the mosquitoes. That's a huge concern. They're going to tell you they're only releasing males. They will unintentionally be releasing females. They've admitted it. How many is unknown, but the documentation we have is that the EPA will allow for over 3,000 a week. And each female can produce 160,000 more females in her 8-week lifespan, so that's an issue. The females bite, they breed, and they spread disease. This also is not just a project about avian malaria. There's a whole other project going on through the Department of Health that they've given us no information on. They're bringing in 3 mosquito species. This is from their own documents, and I can show it to you if you want to go to the website or if anyone has questions. They're planning to use these mosquitoes to target mosquitoes that transmit human disease, and the other mosquitoes that they're bringing in, the Aedes mosquitoes, transmit Zika, dengue, one of them yellow fever. So we don't even know what's going to happen with that plan, but that is happening. So when we're concerned about what's really going on here, there's a lot of secrecy going on, and that's not good. And on that note, we just uncovered some new documents that show that the Department of Land and Natural Resources, one of the agency partners, and actually one of the main partners that we are taking to court, they have a lab already, and they've been funded by unknown sources to build out their insectary, and they fully intend to be cranking out these mosquitoes here on the island, and they want to do this project in perpetuity, forever. They want to be able to crank out 400,000 of the Wolbachia mosquitoes a month to release on all islands, and they actually also do intend, when the technology is ready, to do genetically modified mosquitoes. It's called PGSIT, Precision Guided Sterile Insect Technique. It's CRISPR technology with the mosquitoes, and it's in their plan, and it's in their documents, and I can show that to you. People want to know who's behind this. We're still researching that, but I can tell you that 2 names that concern people are tied to the labs. I can't say currently at this point now that this is who's funding this, but just to say that we knew that was a concern, so we've been researching it, and yes, we did find ties of George Soros and Bill Gates to the labs on the mainland that are providing the mosquitoes. And right now, action steps that are happening, they're already releasing on East Maui. As I said, we're going to court, and we have a court case coming up, a hearing on our temporary restraining order next Friday the 21st. They also want to start releasing on Kauai. They've released their environmental assessment. We have until July 24th to comment on that. It's similar to the Maui comment period, and if you go to our website, hawaiiunites.org, we have a link to comment and a sample comment, so please do that. Let's support all islands, come together on this, because they're targeting all of the islands, and like I said, forever. They want this to go on forever. They're trying to open the door to this, with the narrative about the birds. It's about a lot more than that, and in their documents, again, it includes things like gene drives, synthetic biology control tools, CRISPR technology. We need to be very concerned about this. So again, we are going to court, and we have our initial case where we're seeking a ruling to require an environmental impact statement, more study, looking at alternatives, and we've also filed a temporary restraining order. We want to stop them from releasing on East Maui, which they're already doing. So, thank you. Yeah, so lastly, we're asking if you find it in your heart, if this moves you and you're as concerned as we are, to please donate, help us with our legal funds so that we can continue this. I think this is going to continue for years, if I'm being realistic. We're going to be dealing with this for a very long time. So you can go to hawaiiunites.org/donate. You can also visit us at our outreach table, and we have flyers and links to donate. So thank you so much.
Okay, so that's quite a lot of information, and I can tell you that I personally looked at every single document, probably more than twice, and I can verify all of that information as an investigator, as a licensed investigator on a federal level. So this is not being sensationalized whatsoever. We are very concerned about this lab. My goal right now is to gain more information about that, so that's kind of what I'm going to be working on behind the scenes. So if you guys have any information that you can help us, fight the fight, put testimonies in. What's really important here is public awareness and, support. And I'm talking about support across the board for all of the things that are going on. It's not just the mosquitoes. We went through COVID. It's about losing our rights in many, many different, areas. And so we have to stand up and we have to not consent. So I'm going to be in the booth in the lobby area. I have flyers out there. I have tons of scientific papers. I can answer questions. We really, really need the support. There's just been mostly Tina and I, and then we have Dr. Pang, who's been unbelievable helping us. We also have a couple of experts that have helped us, and we're vetting all of our work before we're putting it out there. So thank you for being here, and thank you for your support. I really appreciate it.
Well, aloha. I had an opportunity to meet some of you prior to this little gathering that we have here. And I'm here to talk about something I think that's crucial in terms of how we can get our governance back. And first of all, I think we're here for our own health and for the health of our loved ones. But we can extend that health and well-being out to our community. And it's so important that we realize that we have the power to change this system, a system that is controlled primarily by big money interests. And we can take that back so we can really support the people and the Aina. And the way that we do that is through having a political action committee. And I just want to tell a little story about what happened in Maui County, because I think it really illustrates how we can do that and how important it is and how we can really shift the whole system. So back in 2018, we started the Maui Pono Network. And for the first time, we got a majority of the county council who are our legislators, and that was a game changer. And that's what we're going to try to do here to support. There's a group called the Hilo Ban that is also a political action committee that could do a similar thing. But it takes us working together, collaborating together, in order for that to be really effective and make the changes. So what these legislators did in a 4-year period, we actually got 19 charter amendments. Now, a charter is our Constitution. And I was one of the 11 charter commissioners that basically are chosen every 10 years to help rewire the system and help also do that in terms of changing things to support the people and the Aina. And I can tell you from working on this for 2 years, this is a game changer. Let's look at some of them. We had a Canadian pension fund controlling our water system in Maui. So now we have a community-directed water authority. We had really the whole thing for affordable housing. Now we have a separate department that is there to purchase land, to develop infrastructure so that our community can truly have affordable housing. We also have food hubs. We also have distribution centers. So that is all part of the county now doing that, instead of relying on the state, which we know is not that supportive sometimes. And also, we had some really big changes. One of the biggest issues that supported cronyism and nepotism was having a board that was selected by the mayor in secrecy behind closed doors so he'd get his crony buddies to be on the planning commission, police commission. We have 33 commissions and boards that really have an impact. So we changed it. Now we have a whole group of citizens who then select those who will be part of those boards and commissions. I mean, I can go on, but we have limited time, but you can just see we have a whole range of issues that we're able to affect and change. And not only that, but they also had all these laws and resolutions to support our environment, like stopping sunscreen ban for reef protection, so that now they can only use mineral-based. You know, we have a wetland protection overlay. We lost 90% of our wetlands. I mean, it's such an important part for our ecosystem. That has changed because citizens got together with the Maui Pono Network so that we could change it. So, let's go through this quickly. These are some of the other issues that we had. And what we're doing now as a group is doing this. We're extending out the Maui Pono Network, and we're calling it the Reclaim Democracy Project. There'll be sign-up sheets here for the Hui PAC and for the Reclaim Democracy Project, where our goal is to have all 4 counties so that we have representation, that then we can elect people so that we can get the right representative in the State House. And again, if we get legislatures that really support what we're doing, then they can rewire the system. And we need that. We need that desperately. Yes, we have Democrats, but they're corporate Democrats. And we have to change that. So we have, instead of these parties that are private clubs, really, that instead what we do is we have representation that supports us, the people, the environment, our needs, instead of big money interest. So we can do this, but we need to do this together. We need to organize. And so please, there'll be sign-up sheets that we'll be passing along here. And there's 2 books out there. One is called Reclaim Democracy, which is Reclaim Paradise, which is part of, I think, this whole story of how we did it and how we can change it. And there's another one called Common Sense. And if we really use common sense, we can really hui the system. So please sign up. And if you're interested, there'll be books out there for you to get more information on this. So, mahalo.
All right. So the next guy coming up is a quick introduction, and then we're going to have our first doctor. This guy is the reason why these doctors are here. He actually put together all 4 islands for the doctors to tour. So they're going to Oahu tomorrow. They came from Maui. Like, it's boom, boom, boom. I'm quite shocked at their schedule. But this is Bruce Douglas. You guys, please make a standing ovation for this man. He's amazing.
Thank you, guys. This is great. Thank you all for the interested people that come and make this happen and support all these great doctors and information. And we're doing a 4-island tour, 7 events in 7 days. We've been traveling around. We just hit the hot springs in Hilo this morning, and now we're over here. So we're all prepped up and ready to go. So there's a greater vision to this. This is a preliminary to something else bigger I'd like to see happen. And I want to get a pulse from this crowd and see if this is something you're interested in, because it takes the people to decide what we want to do. I founded the Shaka movement and co-wrote the GMO moratorium on Maui. So we had a little experience doing a citizens initiative where you gather the signatures and you put something on the ballot for everyone to vote on. So what's called for right now, in my vision and other people's visions, is the optional vaccination initiative. To put on the ballot in 2024, a little over a year from now, a year and a half from now, to put on the ballot a citizens initiative where we go out and we gather the signatures. They have to be physical signatures on physical piece of paper. It's not an email thing or a website thing. You actually have to gather them. They have to be real voters with their real address and their real signature because they check it. And we put it on the ballot where people can vote. Do you want optional? Do you want all vaccinations, including COVID vaccinations, including flu shots, including child immunizations, to be optional, never mandatory, with full informed consent? How do you feel about that? So this is one of the most powerful things we can do. The process of getting the signatures is a part of the educational process. It's all a process. It's not a be-all, end-all. It's going to end everything all at once, but it's a process we go through to put on the ballot and make people decide, what do you want? Do you want optional vaccinations or do you want mandatory vaccinations, especially the childhood immunizations? And as the more people learn about that, the more people want to opt out. And right now, for our child immunizations, people feel it's required to jab your kids with 72 immunizations by the time they're 16, because they think it's required because that's what the CDC tells us to do. But it's not required. You can opt out, but it has to be a religious exemption, which is kind of at their discretion. So it's not really an opt-out program. It needs to be an opt-in program. If people choose that, they get to do that. Otherwise, not have our Board of Education or other good government institutions telling people what and what type of procedure they can inject into their body. So I'd like to get a show of hands. To do this requires everyone to get the clipboard, go out to your friends, your neighbors, and go out in the community and get the required number of signatures to put this on the ballot for Hawaii County. How many of them you would grab those clipboards and go out and get the signatures? More than half. Very good. Well, I think we can do it with that number of people. Are you guys ready? Yeah. Okay, well, stay tuned. Hopefully they will get an email and phone number list outside for you to sign up so you can be informed on what's happening in the future. We can contact you. There'll be other events coming forward with 4 Island tours and more doctors and famous speakers coming. So stay tuned, and hopefully by this fall we will launch the optional vaccination initiative. Thank you. Question?
Have any other states or cities or counties done an initiative like that?
Well, have done initiatives, but not this type of initiative. So Maui did an initiative where we put a moratorium on growing GMO crops on the ballot. And it actually passed. The people voted on it, and we won. But 2 years later, in 3 levels of court, Monsanto won because they own the court system, so it got thrown out on a technicality. But now there's 50% GMOs being grown on the Hawaiian Islands than it was in 2014 when we did that. So we're making progress, and people know what a GMO is, and they didn't know that now, even though they're going around injecting it in their arms, not quite understanding that. So yeah, this would be the first of its kind in the world, and what we want to do is to have there is no statewide initiative system in the state of Hawaii. There's only countywide. They left that out of our 1959, they left that out of our Constitution. I guess maybe they didn't want the Hawaiians getting too much power. But there is countywide, so each county would have to do their own. So you'd be locally based to make it happen. So I hope we can inspire that and everybody moves forward and makes it happen. And are we ready for Randall Rupar? Randall Rupar? Okay, thank you guys.
Mahalo everyone for showing up. This is our second venue in 2 days. And last night we were at a beautiful venue, which was the Ark of Hilo. Are any of you familiar with the Ark of Hilo? Ever been there? Well, the Ark of Hilo is amazing because it's right across the street from the Hilo Hospital. Now, what's fascinating is that I called in and I gave a deposit, and I said that we were going to have the frontline doctors from the Children's Health Defense, and he said, yeah, fine, that's good, just send us the deposit. So I put down my deposit, and then he called me a week later, and he said, wait a minute, what's going on? And I said, what do you mean what's going on? And he said, I've been getting calls all week long. First off, people want to know where they can get tickets. And I said, well, that's great, thank you. And then he said, you know, the hospital is right across the street. And I said, yeah, I know. And he said, we've been getting calls from doctors, and they want to know if you support Children's Health Defense and these frontline doctors. And he said, well, we just rented this to another nonprofit organization. And I said, you know, what's fascinating to me is that I told you that. And he said, to be honest with you, I had no clue who the front line doctors were and Children's Health Defense. And I said, well, that's good. And he said, but the really cool thing about it is that you're probably going to have a full house. And we said, that is awesome. Now, the other thing that I found fascinating is that if you were to say what my, say, genetic background is, what would you say? Karen, you know me. What would you say? I mean, what do I look like? Do I look like the typical Caucasian haole guy, or, you know? Well, what's wild is that this man that rented to us was East Indian. And he said, your last name is Rupar. And I said, yeah. He said, I thought that you were East Indian. And I said, well, that's really amazing, because my aunt, who married my father's brother, she did a genealogy on our family. And she found out that our family had origins in East India. And my cousins are dark, curly hair, dark-skinned artists, craftsmen, beautiful people. And the amazing thing is that I was so thrilled that I met a real Indian guy that said, wow, you're Indian. So I feel good. Anyway, as I said, I'm so honored to be here. These doctors are so filled with the most brilliant information that you might need to keep yourself healthy. And as Michelle said, whether you've had the injection or not, doesn't matter. These men have answers for you, which is beautiful. The most important thing in my life right now is to be able to introduce Dr. Timothy Hanlon, who is a doctor that's a functional doctor on this island, and he is amazing. He's a doctor who really does care about people, and we must care about people. That's why we're all here. We're making a difference, and each one of you can make a difference. And if you have anything that you need, you can always go to Dr. Hanlon's office. He's been practicing here for, I believe, 40 years? Oh, 37 years on this island. So I think that he's got a little bit of credibility. And he is a chiropractor, but he's been licensed in California and Hawaii for over 40 years. And he has successfully treated patients for COVID over the past 2.5 years. Dr. Hanlon effectively individualizes protocols for addressing long COVID and the sequelae of conditions and residuals that follow a COVID infection and spike protein exposure. And what I'm going to do is that I'd like you to give it up for Dr. Hanlon. Here he comes.
Bruce Douglas, thank you. He's amazing. He does everything. We want to thank Michelle Melendez. We want to thank Bruce. We want to thank the frontline doctors for their courage, being able to stand out and stand up. I want to thank all of you for showing up, for your courage, for being able to take a stand on something that matters, your health, your family's health. I want to thank The other doctors who are in the audience tonight, the members of the Hanlon Holistic Health Center.
I can turn it down, but they'll be hot complaining in a minute.
That's okay. Good work, Aaron.
Can you hear all right in the back? Thank you. I want to thank Randall Ruppart for his role in putting it together. I was originally told I had an hour to do a presentation, and then I was told about 2 hours ago that I've got about 1/3 of them. So I've got a lot of material. We're not going to be able to get through it all. I'll preface it with this. For those of you who are nerds, scientists, doctors who are interested in the details, the biochemistry, the physiology, those are available, the references, and there's over 100 just on what I'm about to present. And so those are available. There's cards on the table as you exit in the foyer. And if you just drop me a note, say long COVID, then I can provide those for you. Karen makes me stay hydrated. Along with the champions, Dr. Peter McCullough, Dr. Malone, Dr. Corey, who is here today, Dr. Cole, Dr. Bob, who's here. We're delighted to be able to have him on the island with us. One of my mentors, Dr. Leo Gallen, who is a functional medicine doctor who literally wrote the principles of functional medicine, which is patient-centered, which is looking at things that were antecedents, things that caused and contributed to. Dr. Gallen consented to allow me to use part of his presentation for our evening presentation. Now, for those of you don't have the web of long COVID, I know a number of you picked it up. There's on the table right outside there, and if Nora or someone can hand it out to whoever's left, that will be the basis of what I'm about to talk about, the web of long COVID. And I apologize that due to technical difficulties, I don't have it on a PowerPoint. We're here tonight partially because we want to know more about the truth of long COVID, the truth of COVID-19. And we're living in a world where there's a lot of information available, and most of you are really well-versed and have been studying it. We're living in a world where the physician who is the White House physician for President Obama, who 8 years as the White House physician, writes a book called Nobody Wants You Healthy. Okay, now somehow there's a clue in this. Again, the web of long COVID was written by Dr. Leo Gallen, a medical doctor who's the forerunner, the pioneer in functional medicine. What we know is that there's large studies. Try to get this thing right.
We can back off it a little bit. It's feeding back a little. 2 inches further.
He's fine.
Testing 1, 2, 3. There we go. Large study from the United States veterans. So I'm going to try to talk in hyperspeed, as Jeff Bland would say, so that we can cover 1/3 of what we're supposed to cover. But again, for those of you who want more, it's available. A large study, U.S. Veterans Administration found that each time a person developed COVID, that their risk of long-term complications increased rather than decreased. And that was regardless of vaccination status. 90% of the people with persisting symptoms didn't have severe or even moderate cases. They had mild cases. So there was no relationship between long COVID and the degree to which the infection affected them. The causes of long COVID, and briefly, again, part of what the attachment of the COVID spike protein to the cell involves knocking out the ACE2 receptor. And the ACE2 receptor is very protective in a million different ways. The spike protein knocks it out and destroys it so that it's not working anymore. So most of the problems that are related to long COVID and most of the problems that are related to the severe and moderate cases are attributable to this reduction in the enzyme ACE2. The web of long COVID, and I hope that most of you either have one or can share it with your neighbor, shows a spider web of effects that start in the middle with the ACE2 enzyme and then the mitochondrial distress, the oxidative stress of the mitochondria, which is the result of inflammation and having that ACE2 knocked out. So when the spike protein attaches to the cell, these are the effects that happen. The treatment, and this is where it gets a little touchy, for each of you in this room, for each person who has COVID or long COVID, needs to be individualized. So we're going to give protocols, we're going to give formulas. The frontline doctors have protocols on their website, and they're great, they're effective. I've been using them for the last 3.5 years, along with those that were from other functional medicine doctors like David Brownstein, Dr. Leo Gallen. So these are great protocols, but they really, in good health medicine, should be individualized. And so hopefully you'll get pieces of that where you can apply it to your own situation. And if you have more lung problems or more myocardial problems and endotheliitis, whatever it is, you can address those components primarily. As I mentioned, the ACE2 enzyme is essential for health and recovery from illness. And because the enzyme is damaged by the spike protein, virtually all of the complications are the result of this destruction of the ACE2. It affects both the lungs, the nervous system, the digestive tract, the heart, the kidneys, the liver, and the skin. Any organ can be affected. It can cause organ damage, which you'll see is one of the web spokes on that diagram. Once the ACE2 has caused the destruction by the spike protein, then the inflammation causes problems with the mitochondria. For those of you who are not aware of mitochondria, they're the little powerhouse cell components, the organelles in your cell that make most of your energy. And we're talking about 90% of the energy is made by these little power packs. So the mitochondria are damaged, and you end up with inflammation. And the two of those things, the mitochondrial damage and the ACE deregulation, are the real manifestations for long COVID. So how are we going to fix it? Well, we're going to restore the ACE2, and we're going to rescue the mitochondrial function. And that's the foundation of the protocols that we use to correct COVID and long COVID. In the hospitals, 26 to 45% of the people who had moderate and severe COVID had malnutrition, and this could persist for up to 6 months afterwards. in the ACE2 downregulation, its destruction, there is a portion of ACE2 that's enteric ACE2, and that affects, enteric is your gut, the gut. So your intestinal ACE2, the gut-based area, is damaged, and that affects your tryptophan, and it affects serotonin, and it affects a whole bunch of other things. So there's this microbiome portion, this chemistry in the gut that is severely disrupted, and you'll see one of the spokes on your web. And so the web I'm talking about is this, the web of long COVID. And one of the spikes, one of the web spokes is the dysbiosis, the microbial dysbiosis. And that means that your gut is disturbed, the normal microbiome. There's certain flora which were protective, and they're gone before you get long COVID. So when you get infected with COVID or through a spike protein of a jab, that's going to set the stage by messing up your gut microbiome, and that happens prior to going into a long COVID condition. When you have COVID, the new disease, like diabetes, hypertension, goes up tremendously in the 6 months to 12 months following your infection. So what they found, and this is databases from the CDC and from the big insurance companies, and they track this stuff and they know who has what in the country. So they found that there was a huge, twice as likely to develop these kind of diagnoses following the infection with COVID. And that includes diabetes, hypertension, that's high blood pressure, immune problems, neurological and psychiatric dysfunction. With the gut destruction that we talked about, we have also a problem with Epstein-Barr virus and other latent conditions who were at bay. We were keeping them away because of our protective effects of a good microbiome, and then they become vulnerable. So when you look at the spokes of the spider web, what you'll see is that the microbial dysbiosis and the T-cell impairment and the viral persistence, how long does this guy last? Well, it turns out that 6 months, a year later, after you've had the infection, you're still having spike protein in your feces. Interesting. Even after the infection's long gone, you're still, and as they call this shedding, you're still actually shedding in your poop the spike protein. So it does have a long-lasting effect on the gut. And part of that makes you vulnerable to reinfections, to persistent infections. And one of the treatment modalities, one of the treatment perspectives is to be able to look for other infections that may come because you're more vulnerable. Why would you be more vulnerable? Because that ACE2 enzyme protects you in a lot of different ways. So when that's downregulated, when that's not available, then you start having other problems. So in the people who did not require hospitalization, they got infected with COVID, and all of the studies, by the way, these studies we're talking about are international studies, they're peer-reviewed studies, they're clinical trials, but there's a lot of them, and they're from all over the world, from the healthcare professionals. And in those, it shows that there's a frequency of 5 to 30% among people who did not require hospitalization of acute COVID who got long COVID. Dr. Gallen points out that in his practice, because the people are on a protective protocol similar to that the frontline doctors are using, he only had 1% of his patients end up with long COVID. I was in a similar situation. I was on the protocols the minute COVID came out, and so my own case, my wife's case was a day and a half, and there was no long COVID. There was no prolonged problems with it. There are some newsletters which have all disappeared. I had them on the back table, 4 different versions of improving your immunity. And the newsletters talk about some of the therapeutics, some of the protocols that you're all familiar with are in there. If you want those, again, just contact my office and we'll be able to provide those because they disappeared very quickly back there. Well, I'm getting a time message, although I started and was told I had 20 minutes, so I'll try to wrap up some of this. It would be impossible to really do justice to the things that you need to know about as far as specific therapeutics and addressing the different web spokes. So we're talking about what do you do for viral persistence, what do you do for T-cell management. There's specific T-cells called T-memory cells that get disrupted. There's the autoantibodies which cause the autoimmune problems that are related to COVID. There's a whole slew of different therapeutics available for, again, what are our 2 goals? Restoring the mitochondrial function and the ACE2. So there's specific therapeutics, and these involve things like NAC, and again, we won't have time to go into each one. At what point with replication does zinc or NAC or lipoic acid stop the replication? Vitamin D, the people in the hospitals who are on ventilators, we're all vitamin D deficient. So each nutrient has specific action, and again, just contact my office and I'll try to get that information to you because we have so many other speakers that are going to need to get up here and talk that I will have to cut the talk short. Neurological, which is one of the spokes, you actually lose gray matter. So your brain shrinks. And they did MRIs of people who before they had COVID and after they had COVID, and actually saw that the gray matter of their brain shrunk. So this is real stuff, and it does need attention, but the good news is that it's fixable. And so we can address these issues, and we can do it. There are no drugs that fix mitochondrial dysfunction, but there's a whole bunch of nutrients that do. So I'll look forward to going over those in the future with those who are interested in that. I again want to thank all of you for showing up, and the next speaker will be coming up now, and then I'll be back at the end for a panel discussion. Mahalo.
He's actually going to be able to share all of that with Q&A at the end. All the doctors are going to come up, and like we did it last week or last night. You'll have a number to call to text your question, so you're going to get the information he just said. Plus, this is being recorded. Both it's live on Zoom, live streaming, and also recording. Those, if you go to standtogetherhawaii.com, you're going to get that sent to you next week. The whole recording. So you'll get that. Bruce is up because he's going to introduce Dr. Ryan Cole.
So Ryan Cole is a real treat. You'll love him. He's a hoot. He's the good-looking doctor of them all. That's what the ladies say. But he runs he's a pathologist, and he ran a pathology clinic in Idaho, the largest independent pathology clinic in all of the Northwest. 80 employees running the show. Big show. And he started seeing a pattern during COVID, and then he really saw a pattern when the rollout of the vaccines happened. And to understand the underlying pathological mechanisms, he's identified 6 different pathways of damage of how the spike protein from the vaccine, generates problems. It's a similar problem to long COVID. So, Ryan, where are you at? Ha! Okay. Are we ready for the good-looking frontline doctor, dude?
Under the bright lights here. Thank you, Bruce, and thank you all for coming. Aloha. It's an honor to be here on your beautiful island, and I'm jealous. So, okay. Well, hey, Randall and I were talking about that. I run an organic farm back in Idaho, and I can see a nice organic farm here. So, it might be in my future. It might be your neighbors in the back. Well, thank you for coming out tonight. I know, we're in strange times, and things have moved a lot over the last 3 years, and there have been a lot of questions, and we're going to do a Q&A. So I'm going to kind of hurry through as well, because I find that your questions are what matters most. And so we kind of enjoy that time with you. So I'm grateful that you're here, and hopefully, I'm hoping this isn't just a partisan crowd and we're talking in a silo. I hope people are here because they truly have questions or doubts. You don't have to believe everything I say, but if you have better data than I have, let me know. But I'm always open to discussion. I'm always open to questions. And that's one thing that we saw the challenge of these last couple of years. All right, while I wait for these slides to come up, my first joke is, no, just kidding. Yeah, are they popping up there, Bruce? So there's this cowboy in a jail I live in the West, so I can tell cowboy jokes. And he's sitting there wrapped in tissue paper in the jail, and another guy gets thrown behind the bars and looks at him like, "What are you doing wrapped in tissue paper?" He's like, "What'd they arrest you for?" "Well, it's easy. I was rustling." Okay, that was bad. Dad jokes, I know, dad jokes. I do have 6 daughters, so dad jokes run in my blood. Yeah, 6 daughters, yes. Yes, and you'll see that I have a mild, calm demeanor because if I raised my voice, then I'd live in the doghouse with this lovely dog, and I have 6 dogs on my farm too. So I love your puppy, so sweet. Okay, I always start my talks with this. Mark Twain: "The man who does not read has no advantage over the man who cannot read." What have we experienced in these last 3 years? The inability of people to read. Not of people to read, but our fellow colleagues. It's shocking how one-sided information has been. And of course, General Patton said, if everybody is thinking alike, then somebody isn't thinking. And of course, all doctors and scientists agree when you censor the ones who don't. And that's what we've experienced. So here we are sharing information. It's not misinformation, it's not disinformation, it's not malinformation, it's information. And if you don't like the information, bring better information. And let's have a conversation, a dialogue of information, and the cream will always rise to the top. And if you truly want to know the science, follow the silenced. So thankfully, we've had a way to get the message out after being canceled on Google and YouTube and this, that, and the other, and attacked here, there, and everywhere. But you know what? We would all do it all over again because the truth is for humanity, and we care about humanity. It has nothing to do with us. Have I lost everything? Yeah, I've lost everything. I was squeezed out of my laboratory, not by the boards of medicine, by the insurance payers who canceled me. Are there lawsuits coming? You bet. Yeah, that'll be fun. But, now that the science is on our side and the data is out, what I want to do is continue to help people because a lot of people got these injections. We're not here in judgment. We're here to help. But I want people to understand why they may need help. And Dr. Corey is going to go over very carefully some of the things that can be done. Because, look, a lot of people got these shots. Whether they were coerced or whether they were afraid, I'm not here to judge. If you got 1 shot, don't get 2. If you got 2, don't get 3. If you got 3, don't get 4. If you never got one, please never get one, and I'll tell you why. Okay? Because this platform is dangerous. A lipid nanoparticle goes everywhere in the body, and that's what they wrap this gene sequence in. And you're going to see in my slides here what that can do. So it's not just about COVID, it's about what they want to do in the future. And the fast tracking of this technology into RSV virus, into influenza virus, into HIV, into tuberculosis, any vaccine, they think they now have permission, carte blanche, to move forward with this crazy technology that is not meant for humanity. So I'll try to stand aside so you can actually see my slides here. Okay, and just like that, little Susie cured the worst virus of all. So be very careful where you get your information. And who's a pathologist? Okay, I'm a pathologist, you know, not Dr. Quincy, for those of you who remember that old TV show. You know, I don't cut open dead people all the time to try to solve murder mystery. I usually see parts, pieces of people in the lab and then do blood work and look at patterns there. But I'm the most important doctor that you never meet, that you always hope is right. Because I have a piece of you or a part of you or juice from you in the laboratory, and, you know, you hear about that, oh, it's going to the lab. Yeah, there are professionals there who have spent way too many years in training to understand what's going on in your body. So the pathologist is we're the quality control of medicine. If we see something, we say something. We're the red flag of medicine. And when the patterns change, we raise our hand and say, hey, rest of the profession, there's something going on here. So I'm going to show you some of the something going on. All right, you can't find what you don't look for.
Simple as that. And who looks? Well, doctors are seeing you in clinic and they're trying to make a diagnosis, they're assessing you, etc. But the pathologist is looking at parts and pieces of you. That's what we do. And we lost hope during these last 3 years. Hope is very simple. It's helping others and ourselves plan, prepare, and
Persevere every day and eternally. And we forgot about love, which is very simple. Live our values every day. And then everybody was afraid of this strange word called death, which is simply this: denying everyone as transient humans. That which does not kill us delays the inevitable. So I think having a grounded construct of not being afraid is very important. Where we were here, this was in Maui at a big rally we held there. 4% of the island showed up in protest in 21. And this lovely little girl here, fear is the real pandemic. And I think, you know, that's a message from children to adults. Why are you afraid when the children aren't? And children were at zero risk for COVID, as in zero. As in zero. And then think of what the powers that be mandated on children. And here we were back in 2020 in an isolationship. There's my relationship stat, in an isolationship. Awful. Awful. And we'll get to this in a bit, because being separated and apart is a horrible idea. And here we were as well. My precious. Yeah, so always be prepared in the future. We remember those days, especially here on an island where you have to import everything, and aren't making. I don't know the closest toilet paper factory on the Big Island, so I don't know. Be prepared.
It grows on a bush.
It grows on a bush. That's right. There's certain leaves you can use, but be careful of the ones that sting. All right, and of course we had a virus, and yes, viruses exist, and this was a certain type of coronavirus. Was it novel? They told us that. The news, oh, be afraid, it's novel. Oh no, you're going to die. No, it's 76% similar to SARS-CoV-1. We understood this virus. And it's like 50, 60, 70% similar to other common cold coronaviruses, of which most of us get. About 15% of the common cold every year or two is a type of coronavirus that circulates. And so we all had a certain degree of cross-immunity to this family of viruses. It wasn't as novel. Now, the spike protein in and of itself was. And so I'm going to go over a little bit of that. And then a lot of people did this. See that? That's a needle in the muscle of the arm. And does the shot just stay in the arm? Oh, but that's what the CDC said, right? You know, I mean, and then they redefined what a vaccine is. Instead of something that provides immunity against a disease, something that stimulates an immune response. So our own government changed the definition so they could roll something out that was experimental. Interesting. And here you see this lovely little broken heart. That's a little vessel in the arm after the needle has broken it. And we have blood under pressure, it's like putting a ping pong ball in the pipes of this building. You put it under pressure, it's going to go everywhere. And that's what these lipid nanoparticles did. And they were designed to do that. They were designed to carry chemotherapeutic agents across the brain, the blood-brain barrier. So it's interesting that, of course, you know, trust but verify. Our government officials lied to us. And they had a narrative. And unfortunately, a lot of people were as trusting as the government wanted them to be. And we need to be cautious. Trust, but verify. These days, just verify. You know, they've lost our trust. We'll get into that too. You know, here's what happened. So they took a gene, they wrapped it in some fatty little particles, and then that gene goes into the arm, and of course, some of it lands in these muscle cells, and all those little brown dots, that's spike protein, that gene coded for spike protein. But it went everywhere else too, which I'm going to show you in a minute. And human cells are meant to make what? Human proteins. Were human cells meant to make foreign proteins? No. Because when they do, your immune system says, wait, that's foreign, then attacks the cells that are making them. Your cells are meant to make you, not to make virus proteins. Your cells are not meant to make bacteria proteins. Your cells are meant to make you and your proteins. And this little message, they called it mRNA, a messenger RNA, and that little message says make a protein. And we're all making proteins right now. We're sending thousands of messages in each of our bodies. Oh, make some muscle, make some bone, make some cartilage, make some tendon, make some enzymes in the gut, etc. And it's kind of like, you know, Mission Impossible. This message will self-destruct in 30 seconds. And those messages do self-destruct. But they didn't use normal mRNA in these shots. They used a synthetic mRNA. Instead of the natural uridine in our body, one of the 4 base pairs of the mRNA molecule, they used a pseudo-uridine, which is hyper-stable. And so instead of breaking down in minutes or hours, like the messages we're all making right now, they persisted for at least 60 days. Other studies show 4 months. Other studies show longer. So no judgment. I'm not here to judge your shot status. I'm here just to educate and help you understand the things that we're going to try to treat, and we're still trying to learn and understand. And Dr. Corey's going to talk a little bit about the funding that the government has and what they've done with it. All right, so these were advertised as vaccines, right? They're not. They're a gene-based injection. There are 4 gene-based products on the market approved by the FDA, and those took anywhere from 6 to 14 years of studies to become approved and used in humankind. These, because they changed their definition and they put it through a different committee, they didn't check where it went in the body, biodistribution. They didn't check for mutation potential of these shots. They didn't check for the reproductive harms from these shots. They didn't check for the dose dependency. If I give you medicine right now, in a few hours your body's going to say, okay, we're breaking that down. In a couple hours the medicine's cleared. And that's how when we dose medicines, we know at what point your body is clear of that medicine. Some last for a few hours, some last for a few days. And that's called the half-life of the drug. But everybody, when they get this gene in them, some people become like massive spike protein production factories, and other people make hardly any at all, because we're all genetically different, and that's what a gene does. And what about the long-term safety? We don't have those studies. I mean, the lab rats decided they were on strike, and they wanted to see what happened to the humans first, right? Yeah. All right, what about public health? Did you hear any of these messages? Oh, I may have made a mistake. Did we hear that from our public health department? No. Did we hear these messages? Public health should not be about treatment. It should be about education and prevention. Like, did they talk about vitamin D? No. Now, you guys are here in paradise near the equator, and you can go outside for 20, 30 minutes in the middle of the day, synthesize all the vitamin D your body needs. And unfortunately, a lot of people, even in these warm climates, live indoors and don't go outside and synthesize your vitamin D. All you need to do is go outside with as much skin as you comfortably feel exposed as possible for 20 to 30 minutes. The little darker your skin, the little more time you need to spend, because melanin is a natural sunscreen. Go outside, get your vitamin D. What about cut your sugar? Did you hear that from your health department? What about cut the inflammatory seed oils? I mean, this is as bad as sugar in our diets. Canola oil, soybean oil, corn oil, rice bran oil, sunflower, safflower, etc. Those things inflame your body. Did you get that message? I mean, read your packages. They're poisoning us. If you can't press it and get oil out of it, those all go through these industrial, like gasoline-type processes to be made. And your body wasn't meant to have the degrees of that unhealthy oil in your body. If someone calls you a fathead, say thank you. Because your brain cells are fatty, and the membranes that make up all your cells are of fat. Do you want them to be of a good fat or a bad fat? These are bad dietary fats that increase inflammation in your body. What about exercise? Did you hear that message? No. What about sleep? And sleep makes your immune cells stickier and talk to each other. So important. What about pray? Pray, meditate, be mindful. You know what that does for your immune system? Amazing things. And there's studies on this. What about go outside in nature? The more time you spend in nature, Japanese forest bathing, it wakes up your T cells. Those are the Marines of your immune system. And your immune system wants to be awake and fight off bad things. But if you don't do these things, your immune system is like a slug. What about being in community? Like this. We're all sitting here and each other. This is like a room full of Pigpen from the Peanuts cartoon. That little cloud of dust around him? We each have our little cloud of microbe dust. We're all like spreading microbes in the room. But you know what? It's stimulating each other's immunity. And being in community is how we develop an immune system. And kids should be in community. And kids should lick the dog, and lick the cat, and lick the dirt. Because that's how you develop an immune system, not sterilizing your hands and washing every other minute. In order to stimulate an immune system, you need exposure. So did we hear this from public health? No. And if you didn't, what should you do? Fire them. Fire them. I ran for public health in my... Thank you. So I'm on my public health board, over 1 million people. Because in the middle of the pandemic, after all the BS that was happening, I'm like, I'm getting involved. And I went through the muckraking of the media. I don't care, screw them. But at the end of the day, I'm like, I'm the physician on the public health board now, over 4 counties and 1 million people. And I don't say that to boast. I say that because there are a lot of people in this room that can do exactly what I'm doing. Get involved. Think globally, but act locally. Act where you are. Be a part of the change you want to see to go Gandhi Ascanya. All right, COVID. Yep, here we are. You are here. Sorry to say. Because there are so many things public health and our governments are still trying to push on us. So it becomes our personal responsibility to prevent bad things from happening and breaking this pattern. I don't want to be in an infinity loop. And of course, intelligence must be destroyed because everybody knows that viruses don't exist at restaurant tables. I mean, really, the dumbification of our society is what they pushed for. And we need to stand up against that. And then they did things like this to us. I mean, come on, think about it as we look back. And of course, if you read all the studies, the Cochrane meta-analysis of 78 mask studies showed they never did work and they never will work. But then they also did this. Oh, I know, right? Right? Or this to our kids. I live in Idaho. It's cold. All I needed to do was walk outside and breathe through that mask, and you know they don't work. Simple as that. So come tango with me in the cold, and you'll know the masks don't work. But you need to remember this going forward. Because again, people try to take control of other people through means that are unnecessary and illogical and unscientific. So stand up for your freedoms. It's so important. And of course, we realized that wearing this protected us a lot more than wearing that. Because yesterday's conspiracy theory is now today's fact. And the virus entered where? Through our nose, through our eyes, through our mouth. And we have this special antibody in our nose, in our eyes, in our mouth called secretory IgA. It's like, two little mops, tailed end to end. And when we're exposed to something, that's what mops up viruses, respiratory viruses. But where did the shot go? In our arm. And it made our body make IgG, but it didn't make this. So do you think they ever had a chance of working? No. But somebody made $100 billion doing it to humanity. And then it's fascinating that another company called Moderna co-owns the patent with our own government's NIH. So every time Moderna makes money, our government makes money. And our government mandated something for which it was making money off of. Think about that. Doesn't seem right to me. So here we go. Here's a bicycle. All the parts of a bicycle. You get a shot, you make immunity to the front tire. But you know what happened during the pandemic? But your body doesn't make immunity to the pedals and the back tire and the fenders and that cute little basket and all the other things. And then all of a sudden you get in a crash, i.e. that spike protein mutates because there's a new variant. Now does your body recognize that new front tire? No, it doesn't. But if you have the infection, your body remembers all the other parts of the bicycle. You still have immunity. You still have immune memory. Because natural immunity post-recovery from an infection is the best immunity of all. And of course, Tony Fauci said it. Natural infection is the mother of all vaccines. You know? And he was talking about the flu in 2018. And yet all of a sudden our government doesn't recognize recovery from a disease. So again, public health is broken. And at least here's a room of critically thinking people. And you have to think critically. Thank you. And you have to be curious. The moment you lose your curiosity is the moment you die. And some people die at 25, or lose their curiosity at 25. They die at 25, but they're not buried until they're 85. The moment you stop thinking critically, learning, and the moment you stop being curious, you're done for. Always question. Be skeptical. And that's why we're still here, in spite of all the attacks, everything that's gone wrong. And would we do it all over again? Of course we would, because the truth is the truth no matter what. And of course, I live in a northern climate, so I just remind people, look, about 4 or 5 months a year above the 35th parallel in the world or below, you cannot synthesize vitamin D. So here, you guys are blessed and lucky if you take advantage of it. If you live back on the mainland and you're lucky to be here for the summer, when you go back home, remember, get outside, get that sunshine. It's so important. Vitamin D is the master conductor of your immune system, like at a fine symphony. But if your vitamin D is low, like was mentioned, then your immune system is the mosh pit at a punk rock concert, okay? And I trained at the Mayo Clinic, and Mayo did a study. If your vitamin D was above 30 nanograms per milliliter, you didn't go to the ICU. If it was above 20, you didn't get intubated. Simple as that. Either get outside or take a vitamin D tablet with some food every morning. Yeah, I need that vitamin D. And the studies, of course, they attacked us for saying, well, vitamin D is helpful for COVID, and all the studies came out now, and of course we were right, because science. And easy as that, because science, duh. But there's no money in it for the pharmaceutical companies. And then just keep in mind, think of all the elderly people that did poorly. They don't go outside. They're not given supplements. The darker your skin, the higher risk you are. In addition, if you're obese, your body will sequester vitamin D. So I'm not here to judge. I'm here to say, look, I lost a lot of weight, 46 pounds 14 years ago. We all have the opportunity to take care of our bodies. And then, of course, we pasty white folks in northern climates, we get, lower vitamin D. And the darker your skin in a northern climate, the more vitamin D you need as well. What about diet? High fructose corn syrup is poison. Where do we find that? In 80% of the food on your shelves in the grocery store, in sodas. And what does it do? Nothing other than harm you. Causes your liver to be fatty, causes you to be metabolically unwell, inactivates your vitamin D. So you can take a vitamin D tablet, drink a soda, and you've done nothing other than hurt yourself. So it's critically important to make sure your food looks like food, whole food, and doesn't come in a box or a package. The closer to nature you can eat, the better off you will be. I'm not going to advocate one diet over another, but if it comes from a box, I'll say you should probably read that label very carefully. Blood sugar was the #1 risk factor in COVID. You didn't hear that. Yeah, obesity, yes. But if you looked at all the papers, an AI algorithm showed what your blood sugar was affected what your outcome in COVID was. Exercise. Now, here we were at isolation day 1, here we are at isolation day 30. I think we saw a lot of this happen, right? Unfortunately. And again, not here to judge. We can poke fun at ourselves because it's been a strange 3 years. And we don't want to look like this. Again, no judgment, but we can do things about it. Now, you don't have to look like my Viking ancestors. You know, it might be kind of cool, and I wish I kind of looked like that, but I'm a pencil neck geek, and I do what I can, but at least move your body. Do whatever you can. If you're mobile, great. Get out and walk. Go to the beach, hike the hills, hike to the waterfall, etc. You don't have to go to the gym and get a six-pack of abs. But you also don't have to go to the liquor store and get a lot of six-packs either, okay?
And again, those who move their body, large cohort studies of hundreds of thousands of people in the UK showed that if you moved your body, you were at much, much lower risk from COVID and hospitalization and all the bad outcomes. All right, we're going to move along. Adiposity, blood sugar, eat like this. Here's part of my farm. Those are my lammies. That's my Wagyu cow named Yo-Yo Moo. Yo-Yo Moo will be in the freezer someday. Sorry, Yo-Yo. And, but anyway, the closer you can eat to life and earth, the better. But unfortunately, this is what we tend to eat in society because it's fast and it's easy. And it's just death. It's just slow death. I just call this stuff slow poison. So, if I gave you a bottle of poison now, would you drink it? Of course not. But if I gave you a fraction of a bottle of poison and called it this, you might actually eat it. And you might eat it again, and you might eat it again. This is slow poison, just like sugar is slow poison, high fructose corn syrup is slow poison. So just think of when you choose or not to choose to put something into your body, what the long-term effect will or won't be. I like to say, people say, what's the best medicine of all? The tip of your fork. Easy as that, the tip of your fork. If you had that fine sports car on the left, some of you may not like sports cars, maybe you want a Honda Civic or whatever, I don't care. But would you put sand in the fuel tank and the radiator of that vehicle? No, because it'll end up looking like the jalopy. Are you going to put all these other bad things in your body? Up to you. But your engine isn't going to run so well. And this is a funny one. Like I said, I have an organic farm, lambs, cows, ducks, chickens, 9 acres of veggies, 250 fruit trees, blah, blah, blah. And I hear a lot of this in society. We're moving towards, we want everything to be pure and organic, etc. And dude, I'm organic, man. Yeah, I'm like so crunchy. I'm like, totally I connect to Mother Earth and I'm so grounded. But you know what? Let me get some of that gene juice synthetic GMO poison in my body. Total mental disconnect. And again, I'm not judging. I'm just saying, when we reflect upon what they were psychologically successful at doing to us, this really is one of the mind-boggling aspects to me. Because so many of us do care for our health. And then we were tricked into thinking that this gene-based injection was something that was okay to do to our bodies, with no placebo control group, because they crossed that over very quickly. And then Pfizer lied to us, and they dropped 200 people from the trial. They said 95% effective. It was actually negative. It was never effective. At best, it was 0.3% effective for about 3 weeks. And then the FDA, in collusion with Pfizer, wanted to hide that data from you for 75 years until a judge made them release it. Don't believe me? Go to dailycloud.io, read the Pfizer files. Spike harms. Let's go over this real quickly. Again, I don't want to scare everybody because this isn't happening to everybody, but if you see this happening to you, a friend, a family member, etc., this is going to bring you some understanding. And again, it's not happening to everybody, thank heavens. And Dr. Corey's going to go over some of the treatments that you can consider to hopefully turn some of these things around. So, what does that spike protein do? Again, I told you the lipid nanoparticle can go anywhere and everywhere, and we're going to see. What about the brain? Does it go to the brain? Anybody heard of brain fog? Yep. Yeah, did it happen in COVID? You bet it did. Did it happen after the shots rolled out at a higher rate? You bet it did. Because the spike protein can cross the blood-brain barrier, and so can lipid nanoparticles. So all these little brown dots you see here, this is a study by my colleague in Germany, Dr. Morse, that's spike protein in the blood vessels of the brain.
And here in brain tissue, see all those little brown dots? That's spike protein. And once it lands there and cells are producing it, your immune system attacks it. So why do you get brain fog? Well, because you have a hyperimmune response attacking your own tissues. Again, not a good idea for any injection. Not just COVID, but going forward, if it says mRNA, it says DNA, if it says lipid nanoparticle, don't put it in your body, and don't put it in your children's body, and don't put it in your grandchildren's body. We need to stand up against this dangerous platform. And I wish every public health official from all the islands was here at every lecture to hear this. This is the problem. Willful ignorance kills people. This is the brain of a 34-year-old from Australia. See that Swiss cheese? All those holes? That's called mad cow disease, Creutzfeldt-Jakob. But it wasn't induced by the prion Creutzfeldt-Jakob. It was induced by the spike protein, which you can see the little brown dots, and our panicked little turtle here on the right. Those brown dots are spike protein in the brain. It killed this young man after his third shot. Has anybody heard of the book Turtles All the Way Down? Raise your hand if you have. Okay, that's a good percentage. If you haven't, I highly encourage you reading that book. It's called Turtles All the Way Down, Vaccine Science and Vaccine Myth. 1,000 references, and it's not about the COVID shot. It's about all the shots that we put into our bodies and the history of these shots and the data to their efficacy or non-efficacy. My talk isn't about all the other vaccines, but I recommend you go down that pathway of research. See this? Anybody here burning and peripheral neuropathy, burning and stinging in the arms, the fingers, the legs, discomfort after the shots? See that's a peripheral nerve. See all the pink? That's spike protein in those peripheral nerves. This is an image from my laboratory where we've been doing the spike protein stains. All right, what about organ damage? And I'm not talking about lighting the church organ on fire. Spike protein, one of the first places it goes and replicates, the gene goes very, very quickly is to the liver, and within 6 hours is quickly replicating and causes spike protein production in the liver, liver inflammation, liver damage. Also happens in the kidneys and the lungs and changes metabolic pathways, as well as in the heart. What about autoimmune disease? This spike protein is similar to a lot of proteins in our body. A study was done by Dr. Castilla et al. That showed of 55 tissue proteins in the body, there were similarities in 27 of those tissue proteins to the spike protein. So this cross-reactivity can cause the body to attack itself. And so we've seen so much autoimmune disease in the last couple of years after the rollout of these injections. Did we see some of it with COVID? You bet. The spike protein, whether from the virus or the shots, is toxic. And again, I see some of you going, oh dear, and some of you sleeping, which is fine. But again, I'm not trying to scare you. I'm just trying to inform you so when you have somebody that has these symptoms, they can seek help, okay? Anybody hear of myocarditis in the last couple of years? Yeah, I think a lot of us. Anybody hear of athletes dropping on the field and dying? Yes. And the NFL lying to us about what really happened? Yes, of course. It was a cross the end zone touchdown, no death. So anyway, on the left you can see normal heart tissue, that nice pink healthy muscle, and on the right see all those blue dots. That's inflammation. This is what myocarditis is under the NERD's microscope. All those blue dots are lymphatic cells, lymphoid cells entering the tissues and chewing the heart muscle apart with all their cytokines. And then you can't send electrical signals, and then your heart stops, and then you stop forever. And this is what we do. So again, this is heart muscle on the left, and that spike protein. On the right, we rule out virus by testing for other proteins of the virus. So the critics will say, well, spike protein's made by the virus. Yes. But so is nucleocapsid protein, envelope protein, membrane protein. So we rule those things out, and if it only shows spike protein in the tissue, we know the proximal cause was these gene-based injections. Check for myocarditis, you should be. Okay, the clot thickens. Let's talk about this for a minute. And again, we've seen a lot of large clots, and these aren't normal. These are extracted from individuals who are deceased, and I've done plenty of autopsies in my career. These are thick, not normal clots. They're a special blend of folded proteins, misfolded proteins, amyloid-like is what we call them, and proteins and sugars. And these are induced by the spike protein. Now, unfortunately, the critics will say, oh, those are postmortem clots. No, they aren't. They don't have the layered appearance under the microscope that a postmortem clot would. This was extracted from a living individual who is lucky enough to still be alive. This is from an internist who was walking by his emergency room when he collapsed, and they were able to extract this from his pulmonary artery tree. And he's lucky to still be alive. But this was 1 week after his booster. And there's a reason why we call it the clot shot. And this was a pilot who is still alive, thankfully, but that was extracted from his pulmonary tree. So yeah, it can happen on a big scale, but my colleague Dr. Corey is going to talk more about the microclotting and how that microclotting, the same mechanism by my colleague Dr. Pretorius in South Africa, she showed that that spike will cause proteins to clump even in the absence of your little band-aids in your circulation called platelets. And so there are studies from doctors all around the world figuring out and showing what these are made up of now. And these are abnormal proteins clotting to a degree that we haven't seen with other viruses before. This is unique to this spike protein. And here we have Sgt. Pepper's Lonely Heart Clot Band. And here's a picture of public figures and stars that have died over the last couple of years after the rollout of the shot. But it wasn't that. No, it wasn't that. It was anything except for that, because you can't say on the news, they had recently had that thing that you can't say. But these are the mechanisms. And ask your doctor if a drug with 1,291 side effects listed on 32 pages, including blood clots, strokes, and heart attacks, is right for you. Yeah. What about the adrenal glands? Anybody hear about adrenaline? Yeah. So our mineral corticoids, glucocorticoids, sex hormones are all dependent on our adrenal gland. And in this study, see all those brown dots? This is a post-COVID patient, so a long-haul patient who didn't make it, but on the upper right there, all those brown dots, that's spike protein in the adrenal glands. Anybody hear about people having blood pressure problems after the shots or POTS syndrome? Yeah. Well, here's a 17-year-old who's no longer with us, and that's his adrenal gland full of spike protein. And here's another individual deceased full of spike protein. And if you don't manage your minerals right, your potassium, your calcium, magnesium, your salts, etc., you can go into cardiac arrhythmias. So this is another important area where the body is attacked by the spike protein. What about viral reactivation? This has been huge. So there's a study by Dr. Fawcett in the Netherlands that showed, look, after these shots, your immune system, your innate immune system, that's your T cells, your natural killer cells, your little garbage truck Pac-Man cells called macrophages, your octopus cells called dendritic cells, they respond immediately to insult and infection in your body. But he found that there was a complex functional reprogramming of the innate immune response after the Pfizer shots, which means your body now doesn't recognize what it's supposed to, and it upregulates certain things and downregulates others, and all of a sudden you have shingles. And herpes virus is waking up, and Epstein-Barr virus waking up, mononucleosis is Epstein-Barr virus. And if you have chronic fatigue after these shots, make sure you get checked for Epstein-Barr virus reactivation. I have one colleague in Texas that half of his long-haul post-injection patients, it was reactivated Epstein-Barr virus, mono. So make sure your doctor is tuned into that if you need help. And then antigenic sin. So when you got the shots, if you got the shots, your body now remembers the early variant of the spike protein, the Wuhan variant. Now let me ask you a question. When did the Wuhan variant go extinct in humanity? Over 2 years ago. Now, we have a bivalent shot, right? And the bivalent, well, it gives you extra protection against Omicron, right? BA4, BA5. Guess what? They're extinct as well. So why, on any pharmacy shelf anywhere in the world, are these shots still in existence? For viruses that are extinct and shots that are hence expired. There should not be one human being on this planet getting this injection at all. For something that's extinct. And ask your doctor that. Why are you pushing a shot for something that doesn't exist? It doesn't exist. Those variants don't exist. It's pure insanity,
and ignorance on the medical establishment's part. But you know what? There's money to be made in it. And guess what's the most clotting variant of all the COVID variants? The Wuhan variant. And what is in all those vials? The code for that Wuhan variant. It is the clot shot, and it still exists, and it shouldn't. Push your public health officials on that. Ask them that damn question. Simple as that. Do these variants exist? Why are these shots on the shelves harming people? And see what they say. And if they don't know,
Fire them. Immune tolerance. I want to tell a story. Okay. You make antibodies, everybody hears IgG, oh look, I have immunity. Well, antibodies from antibodies, it's kind of just a marker lesion. And it's a surrogate marker. But there is a type of antibody called IgG4. And IgG4 is a tolerance antibody. You want IgG1, IgG3 when you're fighting off infection. IgG4 you don't want. And here's why. Okay, I'm a beekeeper, and that's my little beekeeper helper on my farm. And if I get stung, yeah, it hurts, and then it swells, and it gets itchy, you get an immune response. Well, next time I get stung, the body's like, that was not so fun. We should not react as much next time, hopefully. So if this process gets in motion when I'm exposed to that epigenin molecule from the venom of that bee, hopefully next time my immune system, let's react a little less. Now, some people have like an
immune mechanism that causes, shock anaphylaxis. I'm not going to go into that. But your immune system is saying, okay, when we're more chronically exposed to something, let's tolerate it. And there was a study that I just went past, Dr. Ragnan et al., and there were others in Germany and others in other parts of the world showing after these gene-based injections, people were making way too much IgG4, which is a tolerance antibody. So if your kiddo is allergic to peanut butter or peanuts, the allergist is going to give them a little injection and a challenge with a little bit of protein. And they'll start an allergy shot series and give a little protein, little protein, little protein, little protein, little protein over a several month period of time until the body says, you know what, okay, I'm just not going to react anymore. That's great. Now you're no longer allergic. That's great for allergens, proteins in the environment that cause your nose to run and pollen season and all those kind of things. That is horrible for a pathogen because now you get exposed to another coronavirus down the road. You are a sitting duck. You are a boat in the water without a keel and an engine. Because now your immune system doesn't know what to do. It's like we've learned to tolerate a pathogen. Now, these are all things that should have been done before these were ever rolled out on humanity. Did anybody hear about any of these things prior to getting the injection? No, they didn't. That's not informed consent. Oh boy, let's talk about reproductive harms. Ouch. All right, this is placenta. See all the brown dots on those villi of the placenta? That is spike protein. This was a presentation by the late, great Dr. Burkhardt, my colleague from Germany, who was a mentor and unfortunately recently passed away in a tragic accident. But he was a hero in terms of revealing the pathology, being that first red flag showing where the spike protein was landing. In his autopsy series that he did, 70 to 80% of the deaths that he showed in his series were vaccinally caused.
Oh, endometrium. Anybody hear about menstrual problems after the shots?
Yeah. See all those brown dots in those glands?
Spike protein in the endometrium. Oh boy, what about this? See all those brown dots? That's testes of a young man who died. Every brown dot, that is spike protein in the testes. Oh, but the shot just stays in your arm, remember? Oh yeah, because it's just a vaccine. No, it's a gene-based injection that goes everywhere and makes your body makes foreign cells. That's a toxic spike protein in the testes of a deceased young male. Oh goodness, here's an 85-year-old male deceased, and that's his testes. And see every brown dot there? I mean, it's not even dots, it's all brown. Those cells are making massive amounts of spike protein. Why are the birth rates down 10 to 20% in almost every European nation, and in Australia it's even higher? Why is our country not even releasing the birth rates? So keep in mind, ladies, that unvaxxed sperm
is the next Bitcoin. Just in case you need to know, just volunteering that information. Keep it in mind. My colleague Dr. Burkhardt said he would not, after seeing what he saw under the microscope,
He would not conceive a child with somebody that had the shot. Now, I'm not going to say that or not, but it's up to you to consider. Because you saw how much spike protein is in those sperm. So it's an interesting consideration. I'm not making this up. The cells don't lie. You can believe me or not, but that's what the tissue shows. That's what the protein expressed is. The cells don't lie. I don't want to be right. But I do observable science. What I do, I see right in front of me every day.
through the microscope. And I've only seen 500,000 patients in my career through the microscope, which is just a couple. But the cells don't lie. They tell you what's going on. And those expressions of protein are a problem that never should have been experimented on humanity.
But here we are. So you know, if you're having symptoms or a friend or a family member is having symptoms, this can be a big portion of why. Oh, let's talk about the monster in the room. Cancer. Okay, after the shots rolled out a couple months into it, I know a pathologist who said, we're seeing an interesting uptick of cancer in the laboratory. That was me. Now, did the media attack me for it? You bet they did. Yeah, of course they did. Do I care? No, I don't, because I was telling the truth. Red flag. I'm a pathologist, quality control of medicine. We have a signal, folks. We have a problem, Houston. Let's at least look at it. No, instead let's attack the person,
not the information. Ad hominem instead of ad rem. Never attack the person, just attack their information. Be kind to everybody. Be kind to everybody.
Show love to everybody. But have an argument or a discussion about the information, because that's human. So my friend in England, Dr. Daglish, he's only been practicing oncology 40 years. And after the rollout of the booster, stable cancers, and this is what I hear all the time. I've traveled the world the last couple of years sharing lectures and sharing information left and right, doctor after doctor after doctor. Man, I'm seeing a lot of cancer in my young patients. Man, I had patients 5 years clear of their cancer, and all of a sudden their cancer's back like wildfire. Man, I had a patient 10 years free of their prostate cancer. Now it's in the bones and everywhere. So it's happening, folks. And I would like to be wrong. And again, we're silenced by the media and whatnot. But the data is starting to come out. So if you don't follow the ethicalskeptic.com, great analysis of the data sets that he teases out of the CDC and explains how he extracts the data. But you see that line in mid-21 on the far right compared to, 5 years previous. Anybody notice a pattern? I kind of do. Well, let's look at this. Low, even, up. It kind of looks like Mauna Loa, Mauna Kea on the right. Huh. Oh my gosh, there's Mauna Loa, Mauna Kea on the right again. And it's a 7-fold increase over average expected cancers. In an age group, let's see, which age group is this? Oh, it got cut off at the top. But you can see the pattern. You can see mountains and foothills, right? And one of these things is not like the other. Which one is it? Oh, that one. After what? Oh my, mid-2021. What happened in mid-2021 to humanity? Oh, I don't know. Oh, let's look at oh my gosh, same pattern. Ages 0 to 54. Usually in an age cohort that doesn't get cancer. Don't believe me? Well, let's look at this from the American Cancer Society. Right now, after 21, we have an 11.5% excess reporting of cancer above expected averages. 11.5%. That's statistically significant. But let's go to Ed Dowd's data. He lives over on Maui, brilliant investor and data analyst and great human being and friend. FinanceTechnologies.com, go to his new data set that came from the government of the United Kingdom.
And interestingly here, I'm just going to point out 2 lines. So he looks at, pre-2020, 2016
to 2019, the averages for the disability data and all the broken down categories of the body systems. And then looks at 2020, 2021, 2022 is the data we have so far. So let's look at cancer. Well, interestingly, we have oncology 34,000 cases a year, a little bump in 2020, 1.7%. Oh, 2021, 6.4. Oh, 2022, 35.49% excess above expected. But I like this one here. Let's see, hematologic injuries and abnormalities, 1,587 in their disability database. Bump in 2020 because that spike protein is toxic to the blood. 2021, we had a 217% increase above expected average. 2022, 522% increase. You think the spike protein is safe and effective from a gene-based injection? I don't think so.
Not saying that it is or isn't the cause, but it sure was something interesting that was forced upon too
many people. And again, you can't find what you look for, and the cells don't lie. And the government should open the databases. I'm going to skip over these. Here's just showing the persistence. This is Dr. Roltgen out of Stanford and her pathology group. See all this pink and pink and pink and pink and pink? This just is to point out that that synthetic mRNA persists in the body. And on the right is spike protein. This was in the lymph node after vaccine, and this is the spike protein being made. 7 days, 16, 37, 42, 60 days later. It shouldn't be there. This isn't normal, folks. And when does the body stop making the spike protein?
I don't know, man. I just don't know. Nobody knows. There's no long-term
follow-up studies that should have been done in mammal models showing when the body stops or can break down or eject the synthetic protein. Oh, here's another problem. Spike protein binds to tumor genes. There's a family of tumor suppressor genes called the P53 family of genes. It's the guardian of your genome. None shall pass. But when you activate this tumor suppressor
gene family, then tumors can take off like wildfire. The spike protein binds to the tumor suppressor family P53. It also binds to the BRCA gene responsible for breast and ovarian cancer.
Now we can see possibly some mechanisms as to why cancers are on the uptick. And this is just a for example from Dr. Burkhardt. This is lymphoma in the stomach. This is a blood cell malignancy of the stomach. And see all those blue cells? That's the lymphoma. Oh goodness, what's happening in the lymphoma? Every cancer cell, every brown dot, that's spike protein in those cancer cells. Here's one from my laboratory. This is a pancreatic cancer. Every pink dot in those cancer cells is spike protein. Houston, we have a problem. See this poor gentleman on the left, he already had a lymphoma, got a booster. Again, the dates are cut off in the bottom here. Our turtles aren't happy. This is 3 weeks later after his booster. Here was his lymphoma, here's his lymphoma. Because it suppresses our T cells, it suppresses the immunity, it drops your interferon. You need interferon to fight off other infections, you need interferon to fight off viruses and cancers. It suppresses that. The shots suppress that. Spike protein suppresses that. Houston, we have a problem. All right, I'm going to move along. Oh, yeah, and here's another problem. The vials weren't pure. So a FOIA request was done to the European Medicine Agency showing that the purity of the mRNA in the vials was only 50%. So instead of saying, these need to be 98, 99% pure, they said, we'll just drop the purity standard to 50%. That's a problem. And then the TGA, and that's the Therapeutic
Agency in Australia, did the same darn thing, which is not a good thing because now you have a very impure product going into human bodies. And it's interesting to note, here's a Comirnaty study where
the spike protein should be right here, weighing 141 kilodaltons. They put it in cell culture, the shots with cells, and they made 190 kilodalton and 100 kilodalton protein, but they made no spike protein. Because these are fragmented RNAs now coding for different things other than the spike protein. So these autoimmune diseases, these cancer pathways, it's not just because of the spike protein, it's because these are very impure products making things that were never even tested for. And we know microRNAs play a role in human cancer. Okay, I saw somebody on, I'm going to move it up here. Bone marrow. Okay, your bone marrow, full of dots here. Every dot is spike protein. So remember that chart from Europe, 520% problem.
Increase in hematologic malignancies and hematologic problems. I wonder why. Spike protein goes predominantly to the bone marrow, like the liver and the ovaries, and that's spleen.
So let's skip that. Skip that. Oh, no, let's go back to this. This is more important too. The lipid nanoparticles, the little fat that wraps the genetic code. Well, Pfizer has some ALC 0159. ALC should be 135. Moderna has SM102. But what do they say on their material safety data sheet? Warning, this product is not for human or veterinary use. Warning, this product is not for human or veterinary use. And then AstraZeneca, which was an adenovirus shot, cancer data not listed, but this molecule in it, warning, this is not for human or veterinary use. J&J, 2-hydroxypropyl-beta-cyclodextrin, carcinogenic in animals. And yet 5 million people got this. But don't worry, it's not for human or veterinary use. But we told you to get it because there's an emergency.
Does it show up in breast milk? Yes, it does. The mRNA shows up in breast milk.
Study in JAMA Pediatrics. Where we are, well, here we are, hopefully not participating in Booster Palooza. Yeah, man, I'm fine.
My booster haters. No, please don't. And thankfully, most people aren't getting their boosters for expired shots to extinct viruses. Informed consent.
Here's all you got on the information sheets that came in the boxes, the vaccine vials, a little QR code that led you to a website that said safe and effective, just get it. It didn't, all these things that I just showed you, again, scaring some people, I'm sorry, it's just science, it's just observational science. But they inform everybody of all those things when people got the shots. Of course they didn't. Nobody in the world
got informed consent. Nobody. Because all of this should have been known before it was ever used. And these are some of the reasons why people are suffering. Sudden death, excess death, yeah, fake pictures of people
dropping in the streets of China cause mass panic about the virus, but live pictures of fit young athletes dropping on the sports field after the vax, nothing to worry about apparently, right? Right. But of course, scientists can tell us how a mummy died 10,000 years ago. But, unexplained deaths becoming the #1 cause of death in 2022. Canada, Australia, and Europe, but you can't tell us how people died yesterday. Because you can't find what you don't look for. And if you don't do the autopsies, like Fauci encouraged, don't do autopsies, the rest of the world followed, you can't find what you don't look for. So willful blindness and willful ignorance leads to death and ignorance. I'm going to skip this one. It's just basically saying the FDA has been protecting the pharmaceutical companies since the 1960s. Here we see the evolution of medicine, unfortunately. Right? And yes, I can see the test results here. The vaccine is safe and effective, said Uncle Benjamin thousands of times. And here we have the speed of sound, we have the speed of light, and cut off here at the bottom is the
speed of science.
Yeah, and trust the science. Well, yeah, I do trust the science, but coercion is not science, censorship is not science, fake data is not science, manipulating results is not science, cherry-picking studies is not science.
Hey, name me a product that blames its failure on those who don't use it.
Yeah, if your vaccine doesn't protect you, how's my vaccine going to protect you? Just common sense. Here's your football team losing, and yet here's the government taking away your jobs, your life, your liberty, your freedoms, and your ability to make medical choices. And if you think tough men are dangerous, wait till you find out what weak men are capable of. Be strong men and women.
Stand up for your bodily integrity, your children, your grandchildren. Stand up for your rights. And make your community a better place by not letting tiny dictators rule over your freedom and this wonderful nation in which we live. I wore that uniform proudly many years ago and swore that oath to defend the Constitution up against all enemies, foreign and domestic. Unfortunately, we're finding a lot of domestic enemies. And again, I don't hate the individuals, but I hate their policies. And if they're violating the Constitution for the which I swore an oath, they're in trouble. But of course, Pfizer,
Moderna, these are not the droids you're looking for. Nothing to see here, folks. Move along. No problems. These are not the droids you're looking for. This is the problem we're up against. Sudden adult death syndrome. Oh, no, it wasn't that thing. Nothing to worry about, folks. Oh, and here are doctors and nurses pretending they have no idea why healthy young people are having strokes and heart attacks. But here's why people are dying. Easy to see. Energy bill prices increases, climate change, heat waves causing death. Wait, I've got to go back to this one. Any mental illness in the family? Yeah, my cousin thinks people are dying from climate change.
But here's what's causing sudden death. Yeah, Gardner, there's something in the soil, killer heart disease,
solar storms, energy bills, artificial sweeteners, heat. No, it is the energy bill price rise causing all the sudden death. No, you're breathing too many times a day, according to the BBC. No, you're shaking your duvet too hard. That's the problem. Don't do that. That's causing sudden death. No, you're moving your clock forward, causing sudden death. You got to be careful. No, you're smoking too much weed. No, you're eating breakfast wrong. No. It's, let's see, what's this one? E-cigarettes. That's what's doing it. No, your devoted football fans are experiencing dangerous levels of stress. That's causing sudden adult death syndrome. No. The ways cold weather can affect your body from winter vagina to blood clots. I don't want to know what winter vagina is. Thankfully, you don't have that on the islands, I'm sure. Oh, and if you're in Canada, you don't have to worry about this unless you're on the top of the mountain. It's shoveling too much snow, causing a heart attack. So, I mean, look at what they've been doing in terms of gaslighting us from the real information. Yeah, they roll out an experiment on humanity, and then the media is, collusive with all the big companies. And it's laughable. I'm glad we're laughing. We need that. We need to laugh at ourselves and say, this is stupid. And we're just not going to buy it again in the future. And here we are, conspiracy theorists, watching other people catch up. Thank you, Usain Bolt. And be careful, there's a new variant coming out you should be aware of. It's called Omicron BS 24/7. So just be aware. No, but in all seriousness, I mean, Japan's on their 9th wave of the virus. The Cleveland Clinic study showed of 56,000 employees, direct linear correlation. If you got a shot, you got COVID at this rate. You got another shot, you got more COVID. You got another shot, you got more COVID. You got another shot, you got more COVID. What's one of the most vaccinated nations on earth? Japan. 84% of the population vaccinated. They have their 9th wave of COVID right now because they're immune suppressed, because the shot suppresses the immune system. That's science. That's actual data. The more you get these, the more immune suppressed you are. Why are we seeing all sorts of outbreaks of other viruses out of season, like RSV, rare viruses like metapneumovirus, et cetera, et cetera? This is not good technology. And it's not, again, just not stop the COVID shots, stop this platform. Lipid nanoparticle plus a gene sequence is and always will be dangerous, because human cells were meant to make human proteins, not foreign proteins. All right, you said you were sick. No, man, I said I had a case of corona. Yeah, I like that one too. So anyway, where are we? We need to restore critical thinking. Again, this is a room of critical thinkers. And if this is new to you, welcome to the club. Okay?
We've known this for 3 years. Critical thinking has to be restored. I'm going to skip over all the labs. That'll come out in my book next month. Pierre will cover some of that. We've got to teach the next generation critical thinking skills. Connect, be connected, like this. Find your tribe, find your community. Never let them isolate you from humanity again, as in ever. We took an oath to do no harm, and Pierre will talk about that a little more. Sovereignty of your mind and your spirit. Who owns your mind? Who owns your body? Who owns your thoughts? You should. Not a government agency. And laughter is the best medicine. Obviously, you can tell I enjoy a little bit of it. Be playful, be humorous, be goofy, be silly. It stimulates your immune system. It literally does. There are studies on this.
Don't be like the ostrich on the left here. I prefer you be like the ostrich on the right. Stay awake. We need a great awakening, not a great reset. And here's what we've lost in society, is integrity. And integrity is very simple. It is the distance between your lips and your actions. Live with integrity. Act with integrity. So in conclusion, we've got to stop the platform. We've got to stop this technology. We need to open the databases. We need to acknowledge people have been hurt and injured and help them. Do the research, compensate them. There are a lot of people that need help.
a Zogby poll or the Rasmussen showed out of 100 Americans that got the shot, 15% have a new medical condition that's chronic. People need help. And remember, the opposite of love is not hate.
It is indifference. And the opposite of art is not ugliness, it is indifference. And the opposite of faith is not heresy, it is indifference. And the opposite of life is not death, it is indifference. Don't live a life of indifference. There are people out there that need you to help them. Be a part of their lives.
Be like the doggy on the beach on the right here. I encourage that. And be like the fish, not like the ones up top. Do not panic. At the bottom here it says, organize. And that's what we're doing tonight, and that's what we're doing all around the world. We're organizing and standing up for ourselves. And may we have the strength of this stool and the faith of this dog. And I'll finish with two more here. There are two ways to be fooled.
Very simple. One is to believe what isn't true, and the other is to refuse to believe what is true. I showed you science tonight. If you are here and disagree with me, fantastic. Show me something more informative. Show me better data. I'm an observer. It's what I do. Be careful where you get your information.
Be careful who tells it to you. Trust but verify. If not us, who? If not now, when? I prefer dangerous freedom over peaceful slavery. And I will end there with my 6 daughters saying aloha and thank you very much. And thanks for having us here. Appreciate it.
Do you want me to introduce Pierre, or are you going to introduce me?
Where is the email list?
Oh, the email list, is it going around or in the back on the table?
Is it possible to ask one question?
We're going to do Q&A at the end, but we're happy to answer questions. I mean, I'm sorry, I wax prolific and tell too many jokes, but I am going to introduce
another physician extraordinaire, a friend of mine. He did most of his training in New York City, some of the same hospitals where I did my fellowship. He was the chief of critical care. They're coming together.
It's really bright. It's the mothership. Anyway, Pierre was the chief of critical care at University of Wisconsin for, I think, 5 years. He was a leader during the pandemic and involved in a lot of ICU care and a lot of systems. He helped co-found the Frontline COVID Critical Care Alliance, flccc.net, where there's fantastic information, fantastic doctors. Not only that, he is a caring physician. He has a brilliant mind, a fantastic sense of humor. One of the coolest doctors I know, and I'm honored to know him and anywhere and everywhere, share a stage with him. He's just an amazing man. Here's my friend, Dr. Pierre Corey.
Thanks, Ryan. Appreciate the introduction. And, wow, that's not very brightly lit, is it?
No, that's the mothership.
Anyway, let me just get a sense of my audience here. How many of you are physicians? All of us, yes, I like that, right? We are all responsible for our health, and since the medical system completely crashed and burned, there's nothing left. So we really do have to be our own physicians. Too much too soon? No, okay, you're with me. All right, sounds good. Anyway, so I'm going to talk about how I diagnose and treat the syndromes of post-vaccine injury and long COVID. Very, very similar, lots of overlap. And I'll talk about why I treat the way I treat, because it's very individual. There are many different approaches and understandings, many different disciplines and training that doctors will bring to their treatment protocols. This is just mine. It doesn't mean it's the only one. It's not a monopoly. But I have been doing it for a while. For about 18 months ago, I went into private practice, focused really on treating these patients with long COVID and vaccination. It's probably the most complex disease I've ever encountered in my career. And I was a critical care doctor, and there's plenty of complexity in there, but this is really tough. All right, so I kind of lumped the two together as spike protein-induced disease. Probably not comprehensive a diagnosis, because there are other things in the vaccines and in the virus than the spike protein that can make you ill. But largely, I think the predominant, what I call pathophysiology, is the spike protein. So, first of all, actually, before I get into the diagnosis, I'll leave that slide up. Let's talk about the epidemiology. Right, so we have two really robust sources of data. One is VSafe data from the CDC, which was a program that I think it was 10 million Americans who got vaccinated had like a little app on their phone. And they were regularly questioned to log symptoms, problems, issues after the vaccine. What is that? Oh, that's the lapel. Okay. And interestingly, and I don't know why this was, but the CDC refused to make that data public. And Del Bigtree's organization, ICANN, which is the Informed Consent Action Network, they have a powerhouse lawyer named Aaron Siri, they immediately sued. And they actually obtained the VSafe data from the CDC, which showed a number of things. But first of all, let me go back to what Ryan said. Remember how we talked about what public health is? Public health is not about treatment. It's about prevention and education. It's about sharing data so we know exactly everything about the disease, its effects, some of the interventions. Why would a public health agency hide until a court order made them reveal a database that they had created themselves for the public? This is our government. Isn't the government like for the people, by the people? Yeah. But now our government is like hiding stuff from the people. There's something wrong there. I don't want to get too political, but in that VSafe data, it showed that 7.8% of everyone in that database reported having to seek medical care as a result of the vaccine. Let that sink in for a second. Literally 8% of people had to get, not that they felt unwell, sore arm, fever, shakes, or anything, literally felt sick enough that had to seek out care, emergency room, urgent care, or their doctor. There's nothing I've ever treated anyone with in my entire career where 8% of them had to go seek extra care as a result of the care that I delivered. The care, right? The vaccines are to care for you, protect you, but 8% of you now have to run to a medical professional in order to treat whatever illness that thing begot. And that's just from the VSafe data. We have almost identical data from a large veteran administration's database showing the same thing amongst a huge population of veterans, that approximately 8% needed medical care as a result. These things are the most toxic medical interventions that have been systematically deployed in history. There's no precedent to what happened in COVID with these vaccines. So these are really dangerous things. Now, of those, so I know that data. What I don't know is how many are chronically ill, because many of those things that rush people to doctors could have been anaphylactic reactions, could have resolved, people could have settled down, they might have had a temporary problem. We don't really know how many, enter what I'm going to talk about tonight, which is what I call post-vaccine injury syndrome. That is what I'm an expert in. Now, there are two things that can happen after a vaccine. You can have this is my definition, this is like my schema or how I look at like what these vaccines do to people. You can have a post-vaccine complication, or you can have a post-vaccine syndrome. Now, what's the difference? This is how I define it. For me, a post-vaccine complication is essentially a single organ dysfunction, meaning you could maybe either get chest pain, a myocarditis, a pericarditis, which affects just the heart, or maybe a stroke or loss of vision, right, which is like a cranial abnormality. But it's not like what I'm talking about tonight, which is a syndrome, which I define as a constellation of symptoms that begin in temporal association with either COVID or acute COVID, right? So those are the two syndromes, right? It's COVID, post-COVID vaccine injury syndrome or long COVID syndrome. And so it's a temporal association, so there's some time association to one of those events. And what I find with vaccination is there's kind of three cohorts of patients that I see. And I've seen hundreds, me and my partner, we probably have 500-600 patients in our practice. And we see this over and over again. The vast majority of patients who come to us who are sick after the vaccine, that constellation of symptoms sets in somewhere between days and weeks after the vaccine. But they know, and these syndromes, at least the ones that I see, and again, I have a biased view of what's really out there, how many people are ill, because these are people who come to see me. I'm a fee-based practice. You have to find me, which is really hard on the internet, because if you look me up, you have to scroll through like 30 pages of hit jobs. I'm a fringe, I'm a quack, I'm a radical, I'm a right-wing, all these nonsense things. I'm used to it. But those that come to me are really quite ill. They're actually quite desperate. Many of them have journeyed through the system with these myriad complaints that are idiosyncratic. Doctors don't know what they are, and the doctors are very challenged, and the doctors are not, system doctors are not offering treatments. And that's just because, in my mind, the system of medicine is pretty broken. It's very rigid and controlled. They don't want doctors to be free-thinking. They don't want doctors to try things. They scare doctors, like, if you do this without a randomized controlled trial to prove that it's effective and something happens to the patient, you're going to get sued for malpractice, we're going to fire you, and you're going to lose your career. And so doctors are scared. They like to follow rules. And so the system does not know how to really address and approach a novel, really complex disease with untold suffering. And so I see patients who come to me and they're gaslit, they're abandoned, and none of them are treated. And many of them go to these long COVID clinics, right? So academic medical centers in the United States, many of them started these long COVID clinics. But the point is, not one of them started a vaccine injury clinic. Isn't that weird? Weird, right? Especially weird if you look at my practice. So of the hundreds of patients me and my partners have seen, you want to know what proportion of vaccine injured and what proportion of long COVID? It's 70-30. Vaccine injured. The vast majority of patients I see, that temporal association was triggered by the vaccine event. And it gets complex at this point in the pandemic because I definitely have some patients who started as long COVID, were coerced or whatever, decided to get vaccinated, it got worse. I have patients who started as vaccine injured, then got COVID, got worse. I definitely see a strong correlation with subsequent spike protein exposures and worsening of symptoms. So many of my patients are hybrids at this point because they've all either been exposed to one or the other, but the diagnosis of the syndrome starts with that initial temporal association. So with vaccines, the three cohorts I see, the majority, I don't know what number I put up there, those are guesses, 75% are within days to weeks. I have maybe like 20% where they can tell you that within minutes to hours of the vaccines they started getting sick, and that sickness progressed and continued. And then I have this really small cohort, which I still can't figure out, but they're fine for months, and then somewhat typical symptoms will develop months later. And there have been many cases where I've consulted where I was like, I'm not really sure this is the vaccine, just because the time association was so lengthy. The other thing that I see with my patients is none of them have been recently vaccinated. By the time they get to me, they've all been sick now for 18 months, 2 years. I've probably maybe one or two patients that I've seen within 2 or 3 months of those events. Because of their journeys, they don't know where to go. They have to first abandon the system. They go to the Mayo clinics, the Cleveland clinics, all of these big name institutions, nothing comes out of it. And I don't want to sound like greater than them, but the system it's really more of a function of the system than one is better than the other, but the system does not know how to respond to this disease. And then in COVID, the temporal association is the most common. Is people get COVID, they get acute COVID, they recover. Most of them get back to totally normal. They're well, they go back to work, whatever. And then in the next few weeks after that recovery, things start to go sideways and they start to deteriorate. So my definition is this: the complication is a single organ problem. The syndrome is a constellation of symptoms. You guys want to know what that constellation of symptoms are? Good, because that's my next slide. So really the disease that I'm going to describe has been described for decades. It's generally been described as a chronic fatigue syndrome, or a more fancy term, which is myalgic encephalitis. It's been well documented that as a system of medicine across the world, it's one of the least successful diseases to treat, this chronic fatigue syndrome. Poorly understood, mechanisms, not great research, there's no really good treatments for it, but it's been well described, associated with prior viral infections as well as other toxin exposures. But it's so highly reproducible with this spike protein, and it's really founded on a core of 3 symptoms. I will say nearly everybody who comes to me has those first 3. So they come to me with new onset fatigue. And these generally, so many of my patients, I would say 70% of my patients, when I take their histories, they're pre-morbid status, meaning prior to COVID. I always start every visit. I say, this is how I take histories. I say, listen, this is what I want to talk to you about. I want to go over what you were like, what happened, and what you're like now. And we're going to go I'm like really kind of obsessively linear in this history, and I really gather a lot of information as I trace that history. And when they tell me their pre-COVID history, I was like, what were you doing before COVID? What kind of health status do you have? You know, what kind of life were you living? It's amazing, the stuff that I hear. I mean, these are people at the heights of their careers, having families, exercising regularly, eating well, super happy. And by the time they come to me, their quality of life is absolutely decimated. They can no longer function. Most of my patients are actually legally disabled. They cannot perform even activities of daily living with regularity. Many of them can't work. And a lot of that is that fatigue and the closely associated symptom, which is a term that we use in medicine, which is post-exertional malaise. It's kind of a fuzzy term, but what it means is that when these patients exert themselves, some amount of exertion will absolutely flare their other symptoms and ramp up their fatigue. And they all have individual limits of what they can tolerate. And so I'll give an example of some of my patients. So the worst patient I've seen in terms of exertional tolerance, I just saw 3 weeks ago. It was an Australian woman. Notice, it's a woman from Australia who sought me out through telehealth. You don't want to talk about Australia. If we think the U.S. failed, just look at Canada, Australia, New Zealand. That should be historically documented as like, you know, peaceful, apparent democracies who went like full-on totalitarian like overnight, right? You guys have heard of those stories? America didn't do that great, but we did way better than them, okay? In terms of resistance to totalitarianism. But she sought me out, and she's a healthy former athlete. I think she swam at a competitive level in Australia, which is no small feat. Swimming in Australia is like a very popular sport. She's so sick, she cannot stand for more than 3 minutes. If she tries to stand for more than 3 minutes, she describes it as she feels like she's going to die. It's not just passing out. Like her entire body systems decompensate. And she actually can only travel in a wheelchair. Her legs work, her arms work, she has strength, she can stand, she just can't do it for very long. Another patient of mine, I'll just give you a couple examples. I have a patient who describes going to the mailbox to pick up their mail at the curb, leaving the house, going to the mailbox, coming back, spends the next 2 hours in bed, has no energy, feels like just hell, and can't get out of bed for 2 hours. And so that post-exertional malaise is that they just cannot exert themselves to a significant extent. And sometimes it's as horrendous as not being able to stand or go to the mailbox. With many of the other patients, it's variable. Some of them feel like they can do a couple of household chores in the morning, maybe take the kids to school, but then they have to do 3 hours in bed. So you guys get what post-exertional malaise is? So it not only ramps up the fatigue, but it ramps up the myriad other symptoms which I'll go through. So you have fatigue, post-exertional malaise, and then this term that we use is brain fog, which is some amount of cognitive deficit, which generally is described as, and I'll give it in the order of frequency, word-finding difficulties. So people, as they talk, sentences, they're searching for the word, like, hand me that, and they can't, like, name pen or cup. So word-finding difficulties, short-term memory disturbances, focus and concentration. These are people who are trying to work. Many of them are still working remotely, so they don't have to physically go anywhere, but they're trying to do their work, like either on the computer or attend meetings. And after 15, 20 minutes, they just can't focus anymore. They start to feel ill and sick. So any kind of either mental or physical energy will quickly exhaust them. And then lastly is processing of tasks. Emptying the dishwasher, they'll put different items in weird places. While they're driving, they do weird things. Like, I always remember the patient was like, I don't know, I was driving down the street and I stopped 30 feet before a red light and I didn't know why. Like, they just kind of lose themselves in these processing of tasks. And then the worst, and this is thankfully rare, is some are so sick that they're disoriented. And these states of cognitive deficits, they're not static like a stroke. They're very dynamic, meaning sometimes they're on, sometimes they're off, it comes, it goes. And it's very distressing to these patients because they can feel well in one moment and then just cannot function in the other, and they have this kind of relapsing, remitting course of symptoms. So that's kind of the mainstay, the foundation of the syndrome that I see. And when I say that almost everyone has it, I would say 100% have two of those three. When I see one of those three missing, it's brain fog. I have like a small cohort of patients which really are just racked by the fatigue and post-exertional malaise, and they're like, nah, cognitively I'm fine, but that's really a minority. Most have all three to some degree. Then I call it like they all come with this side menu. Remember, this is a constellation of symptoms. So they come with those 3 core, and then what is that side menu of symptoms? In order of the most common, I have to look at my slide because I forget what I put first. Because it's either dysautonomia or neuro. Some days I'll tell you the most common thing is neuropathic symptoms, and some days I'll say it's dysautonomia. But those are extremely common. Those almost go with the first 3. So many patients have what's called a small fiber neuropathy. So small fiber, you have these nerve systems networks that course through the body like tree branches, through innervating every organ and extremity. And they all divide out to the skin. And the smallest fibers which innervate the skin are inflamed and damaged. There's autoimmune destruction. There's any number of things that could be happening to these nerves, but they produce myriad symptoms. So they'll complain of sudden burning sensations over their skin. Pains, pins and needles, electric shock-like feelings, numbness. So they have all these sensory things which are very distracting. Imagine if your body was burning all the time. One of the most, I kind of relate the most memorable cases of the hundreds of patients I've seen, but I saw this one 24-year-old woman who 6 weeks after the vaccine, which is like kind of a weird temporal dissociation, wasn't that close. She got the vaccine, and 6 weeks later, she woke up in the middle of the night, and she felt that she had a 3rd-degree sunburn over her entire body. She felt her body was burning everywhere. And she was in severe distress, went to the hospital, they couldn't do anything for her, and she basically ended up spending the next 2 months in bed with rotating ice packs that her family applied to her because she could not tolerate the burning. I'll talk about one of the treatments which greatly mitigated that and allowed her to function. And now she's doing okay. When I met her, those 2 months, she rated that pain a 10 out of 10, 24/7. 10 out of 10, 24/7. Now she's probably about a 3 out of 10. She's just kind of used to it. She's learned to live with this burning sensation over her skin. But that's just like a most dramatic example. So they have these sensory neuropathies. And then a smaller cohort have what I call motor neuropathy. So problems with the motor nerves. Right? There's two sets of nerves that we have in our bodies. So those that mediate sensation and those that control action. And the motor neuropathies are weird, right? You guys have heard the controversy around these videos that go on the internet where the patients are convulsing, they can't stand, and they're shaking, and they're all faking, right? Yeah. Oh, cool. All right. So you guys are my people, right? You're not falling for this bullshit, right? These attacks, these unmitigated systematic attacks, trying to pretend that this stuff isn't real and these people are anti-vaxxers and they're trying to fake their injuries. I mean, we live in a fucking insane world here. The world's gone mad. And part of my anger, and I'm sorry about the profanity, although I'm not really, I curse a lot, but is that like the patient whose video, this is a couple of months ago or 3 or 4 months ago, the patient whose video circulated and created all this controversy and all this PR attacks that they're all faking it, was actually my patient. I've cared for her for 2 years. I've seen immense suffering of her. I know her. She will send me videos. She sent me a video 3 days ago. She was doing great for months. And she sent me a video. She said, look what happens when I extend my legs. And she sent me this video. She extended her legs, and they're shaking and convulsing uncontrollably. I could see what are called fasciculations. You can't fake fasciculations. Fasciculations are uncontrolled muscle contractions where you can literally look at the limb and you can see the muscles contract. Can any of you guys do that? You can't. And yet all of this stuff about it's all faking. I mean, it's all part of the suppression of the idea that these vaccines are toxic. So there's a lot of motor neuropathies. So there's fasciculations, contractions, tremors, whole body convulsions. In some really weird, this is really rare, but I've had a couple of patients who suffer from what's called bulismus. If you know anything about Huntington's syndrome, I was a big Woody Guthrie fan, and I read his autobiography, but he came from a family with Huntington's syndrome. It's a terrible neurological disease, but they suffer from this condition called bulismus, which is this sudden flinging of extremities. So you like kick your arms, your legs shoot out, and I have one patient who has numerous bulismus episodes every day. And they're so violent that, and he comes from a single mother, a brother and him, they live in an apartment outside of Philly, don't have a lot of money. The mother's a full-time working nurse. The brother has to stay home, and when he has these bulismus episodes, has to take his brother, tackle him to the center of the living room, and stay on top of him.
Because if he doesn't, he'll be flinging and kicking and breaking furniture and putting holes in the wall. They've had to patch so many holes in the bathroom wall, in the living room walls. It's absolutely immense, the amount of suffering that I see. And so that's sensory, motor, and then there's dysautonomia, which is either first or second, depending on what night I'm giving the lecture.
But I guess tonight is first. But that's the other thing, is a lot of the small fibers that mediate sensation from the skin also innervate some of the automatic processes of the body. Like, for instance, blinking, our heart rate, our blood pressure, our circulation, our sweating, our temperature regulation. You guys don't think about how to regulate your temperature. It already does. It's called the autonomic nervous system. And I have patients who come to me, they have resting heart rates, totally fit people. Suddenly, like, they're sitting to me in a telehealth visit, and their heart rates are 110 at rest. They walk across the room to the bathroom, the heart rate goes up to 140 to 150. They feel the palpitations, they feel lightheaded. They stand up from a sitting position, and they feel like they're gonna pass out because the normal, what are called cardio or neurocardiogenic reflexes are obliterated. And that causes a ton of fatigue. If you can't control the circulation of blood flow around your body, the delivery of gases, which is oxygen and removal of carbon dioxide, you can't function. That's like a messed up circuitry of the entire body. And so the dysautonomia is really severe. Hot sweats, they're cold when they're hot, or in hot environments, they're hot and cold environments. And it's very distressing because these patients are sitting there and suddenly their bodies are doing things to them that they've never felt before. And then beyond that, I kind of put separately like cranial symptoms. And one of my colleagues is going to come talk to me after, a very talented cranial osteopath. Of the many different disorders that come with this, he's really specialized at cranial stuff. But I see lots of tinnitus, ringing in the ears. Imagine if your ears were ringing most of the day. Yeah, pretty hard. I'm sure there's people right now in this audience who have tinnitus, and it's really distressing. Yeah, I see some hands. A lot of them get tinnitus. They have unrelenting headaches, dizziness, vertigo, different stiffnesses in the neck, different pains, all these colorful descriptions of how they feel. One of my diagnoses of vaccine injury is when the patient tries to describe what they're feeling, and it's this crazy, loony description. Where I have one patient who says, "You know, Dr. Corey, it's like a cinder block is pressing on the side of my face. It's a cinder block." And I'm like, "Yeah, I've heard that before." And then another patient I saw last week was like, "It's like a wet towel is being stuffed in the front of my skull." I know that symptom, you know, and I kind of laugh with my patients. I'm like, as soon as I hear some crazy description, I know this is a vaccine injury. I mean, it's a little bit overstating, but a lot of cranial problems, the cognitive stuff. And then as we go into other organs, GI, some of them, their GI systems, in fact, again, autonomic, right? You don't think about contracting your stomach to propel the food into the intestine. You guys don't have to think about, squeezing the food out to the rectum, right, and digesting, right? That's all autonomic. It's all impaired in a lot of these patients. So the GI systems are affected. Musculoskeletal, I see a lot of joint pains, muscle pains, joint swelling, skin rashes, menstrual changes, especially in the women, is kind of the rule. Chronically, it's not always an issue. And then the psychiatric, many of them have anxiety and depression. Almost all have, there's two causes that I attribute that anxiety and depression to. One is what I call situational, meaning they're so sick, gaslit, abandoned, no one's treating them, no one's offering them treatment, and they're suffering. They are extremely worried about what the rest of their lives will look like because there is no answers. No one's treating. They're all in chat rooms. There's hundreds of things being suggested. Do this, do that. But there's no organized approach, and they don't have the confidence that they can get themselves better. I think a lot of those chat rooms might produce some therapies which might mitigate some symptoms, but it's just not an organized, really nuanced, sophisticated understanding of the disease and a plan of treatment. And they don't know where to go for that. And so they have a lot of concern about what their lives will be like. And then there are some patients who I think, because a lot of the things that I describe, guys, like the motor stuff, the sensory stuff is peripheral nervous system, but the motor things, the brain fog, it's all just, I use a basic term, which is neuroinflammation. It's inflammation in the brain. And what makes the plight of the vaccine injured so terrible
is that the degree of neuroinflammation causes such severe suffering, but it is sub-diagnostic testing, meaning traditional comprehensive blood tests, generally normal. You might find a few abnormalities. They're not really diagnostic, they're not actionable. MRIs, CTs, EKGs, echoes, normal. And I've never seen patients so sick with a battery of tests so normal. And all of my patients come to me because they've been to this clinic and that center and this one. Sheafs, they all upload all their results, and I'm just like scroll through, yep, because they're all normal. And one of the deficits of neurology, which has been the case for decades, and I'm not going to go into why I know that. I have another nonprofit that I'm a part of for a couple of other neurological diseases, which I've been in since 2015. But modern neurology does not understand neuroinflammation. They understand meningitis, they understand encephalitis, which are two very categorical. They have criteria for diagnosis, and those are inflammation of either the covering of the brain or the brain. But they don't understand subclinical neuroinflammation, and these patients all have that. You can't really test for it. It's literally a clinical diagnosis, meaning you make the diagnosis based on symptoms, appearance, temporal associations, and neurologists don't know what to do. They see these patients, all this normal testing, behaving so oddly, complaining of all these weird things. What's the diagnosis? Crazy. And I hope most doctors won't say, you're crazy, go to psychiatry, but they will say, we don't think that this is a real physical disease. It's in your head. I think you need counseling. And they're all sent to psychiatry. And it really is tragic. So did I do a good job of describing the tragedy of the plight of the vaccine industry? Okay. So I'm going to go light on this. Not a lot of doctors. I don't want to go crazy granular on the pathophysiology. In fact, my colleague here, the local physician, went through some of it. But we really have when we think about this in a mechanistic way, which is we try to find which normal physiologic processes are disordered, thus rendering them pathophysiologic or pathologic. Pathologic, the term when doctors use it, mean it's a process which produces symptoms or disease. And so these are disordered physiologic processes. And generally, it's a dysregulated immune system. There's hyperactivation of macrophages, which is one of the primary immune cells which defends us from, it's like kind of the first line of defense, or like the pawns on a chessboard for any invading organism, toxin, or exposure. And those are constantly ramped up, and they're constantly causing inflammation. We see a lot of autoimmunity, so antibodies to the spike are now being directed towards our native tissues, directing the immune system to inflame and try to repair organs that are damaged. So you see a lot of activity, and anytime you see an organism or an organ under inflammation and repair when it's not sick, it disorders its function, it interrupts its function. We see this new phenomenon, which I've never heard in my entire career, which is microclotting, not DVTs, deep venous thrombosis or strokes, but these are really just these aggregations and sludging of the blood. We have all these cells that are normally suspended in fluid circulating around the body, but now they're clumping together. They're hyperactivated. Sometimes they're creating little mini bits of fibrin, which is one of the proteins in clots. So they don't full form, mature, like blocking clots, but they're just like little aggregates. And so the blood flow around the body, particularly when it gets to the microcirculation, which is the smallest vessels, is disordered. And when you can't get good, clean circulatory flow, you get disruptions in gas exchange. And all of us need oxygen. And we need to get rid of carbon dioxide. And the main vehicle in which is the red blood cell. And so red blood cells have to touch the surface of the blood vessel and in order to exchange those gases. And when you have these disordered cellular components in the blood, you're just not getting good gas exchange. And I think that's one of the main reasons that causes a lot of the organ dysfunctions, the fatigue, the post-exertional malaise. So we have microclotting, we have macrophage activation, we have autoimmunity, we have mast cell activation, which is another immune cell which is present in all the organs. And when that's disordered and hyperactive, it releases a lot of histamine, causes inflammation, again, number of symptoms. Then we also have nitric oxide problems. Nitric oxide is a gas which controls circulation. I'm going to stop being geeky so much. But I will stop by saying the mitochondria we think are key. So mitochondria is present in each cell.
And they're responsible for producing the energy for the cell to maintain integrity and maintain function. I don't know if it's the greatest analogy, but if you think of the furnace of your house, ever been in your house when your furnace went down? By the way, I was in my house this winter on like one of the coldest days of the year, and my heater went out. It was crazy. It was like -5 in the house. I had like 3 jackets on.
It was not fun. And I thought of my vaccine-injured patients when their mitochondria shut down. But funny? Not so funny? I'll work on it. Okay. But mitochondrial dysfunction, and my understanding of it is evolving. I thought it was just interrupted suboptimal functioning. But there's a lot of complexity to what's going on. I think there is a breakthrough in understanding on how to approach these mitochondria and how to restore them to normal function. But I think that underlies many, many of the symptoms. Okay, science lecture over? Yeah? I got 10 minutes left? Yeah, that's plenty of time. Yeah, right. So I'll just skip over the pathogenesis. Testing, I kind of already talked about it. Most everyone comes to me has like batteries of tests. I don't send a lot. I found them very rarely actionable. And so how do I treat? So this is my disclaimer on how I treat, because you have to understand, you're listening to someone who's trained in a certain specialty and discipline. So I'm an allopath. I'm not a naturopath. I'm not an osteopath. I'm not a chiropractor. I'm not a functional medicine or integrative doctor. I am an allopath. And I'm also a critical care doctor. So I'm used to treating acute life-threatening disease. That is the definition of critical care, which is a condition in which the risk of death is significantly elevated. And I don't know why I chose that specialty, but I did. And I did that for 15 years. I'm also a pulmonologist, but my approach is definitely has heavy allopathic influence, and the other way of saying allopathic is pharmaceutical, right? Because allopaths really, the allopathic tradition of medicine was captured 100 years ago by the Rockefellers. The pharmaceutical industry has literally ruled. By the way, I didn't know this 3 years ago, so if I sound really smart and wise, I didn't know this 3 years ago. I didn't pay attention to this. I thought allopaths were the best doctors on the planet. Huh? There's not a lot of laughs there. Okay. So it should be funny. Because that's what allopaths think, right? They think all of the alternative practitioners are full of nonsense, not well trained, make claims that are unfounded, they don't know what they're doing. The best science and scientists are in allopaths, high cost academic medical centers in the country, right? All the big names, right? I can't, having been through this 3 years, having been in practice, having now this rich network of colleagues from multiple disciplines, many of them formerly, many of them still alternative practitioners, I can tell you that's complete nonsense. I would never go to an allopath if I was sick. Spoken by an allopath, okay?
Who would you go to?
Well, let me be quite honest. If I fractured my femur, yeah, I'd go to an allopath. I'd go to a surgeon. I actually think surgeons, I don't want to say great things about surgeons, but I think, there are some diseases that are really surgical you need a surgeon for, but for chronic medical conditions, I don't think I would start with an allopath. But so the other thing is the way you doctor, it's not only my training, sort of my sensibilities as a critical care doctor, but every doctor has different risk tolerances. Some are very conservative, some are more critical thinking, open-minded, willing to shoot for the fence and willing to try stuff, more open-minded, early adopters. And so, we call it the normal distribution of personality characteristics for a reason. I mean, we are all different, right? A lot of us are very, the bell curve, right? So with doctors are the same, and I'm somewhere on the curve, like either on the higher end or the lower end, but like I'm definitely not in the middle. And I've known that my whole career, but so my approach is a little bit unique. So the other challenge is, so when I talk about how I approach this, I don't want to say this is monopoly. If you look at this vaccine injury space and long COVID around the world in chat rooms and doctors and what they say, and every day I hear of a new compound which is the cure for the disease. Ashwagandha, the last 10 patients I cured, they were totally well. Total fucking bullshit. Anybody you hear saying that one treatment is a cure for this disease is completely someone who's not being credible or accurate. They're overstating their case. It's not to say that what they do doesn't work, but I will tell you this is so complex. Every patient varies. Those mechanisms that I outlined,
I have patients where it's a single mechanism which causes 90% of their symptoms. Most of them, it's actually multiple mechanisms, and multiple treatments are required, and even then I can't get them better. And so it's a really challenging disease, and the treatments are really varied, and every day I read about a new treatment for it, and I don't know, I don't get excited because I know how hard this is.
But anyway, I've kind of evolved over the last year and a half. What I was doing a year and a half ago is very different than now, and when I incorporate new therapies, it's from collaboration with other clinicians, their experiences that I trust, that I find credible. I'll incorporate it, and if I find that it has sort of clinically discernible rapid improvements, I will start to use that more and more. And so the things that I use are very different from a year and a half ago. But my other bias as a critical care physician is that I tend to the things that really have rapid improvements. I'm not the guy who's going to work on your microbiome, give you dietary counseling for 3 months, and then 3 months later when you say you sort of feel kind of better, you feel proud of yourself because you did the microbiome. No. I'm the guy who's like, let's do this, and 4 days later, you feel better? No, bullshit, that thing didn't work. Let's try this. And that's a little bit of an overstatement, but you understand, not a lot of critical doctors in the complex chronic illness space. So I'm going to say, I'm a little bit unique. The other challenges I have to treatments is some of the things that I like that I know work.
Time. I didn't even get into the treatments. I guess I was philosophizing too much. Okay, I'll do this really quick. The other thing is that many of my patients vary in terms of they're willing to accept treatments, willing to afford treatments, willing to access treatments. They live rural, they might not have a lot of money, many of them decimated financially at this point. So every one of my protocols, it's very patient dependent, it's a very complex disease, and that's appropriate. So you really have to spend a lot of time. The other thing that I want to say is I do sequential trials of therapy. I try to separate them by time. I have every patient serve as their own control. I know what the timeline of response for the different treatments that I do are, and so I know how much time I have to give them before I determine that it didn't work. And I say, let's get rid of this, let's try this. And the first things that I do are some of the basics. I just kind of set the floor. Let's just try to get things under order. Probably the most effective treatment for vaccine injury and long haul syndrome, which is a chronic fatigue syndrome, is not light exercise. It's not physical therapy. It's actually the opposite, which is you have to teach patients to stay under that exertional limit over which they get sicker or they have to pay for it. And sometimes I use the spoons method, which is when you assign a spoon to normal daily activities, like emptying the dishwasher is one spoon, driving the kids to school is another spoon, maybe making a meal is another spoon. And many patients, some patients can tolerate doing 6 spoons in a day before feeling really sick. Some can only do 1 spoon. Most of my patients kind of have figured that out already, but I have my patients who, they have those limits, but they hate staying under. They want to stay fit, they want to exercise, and they keep exercising and getting sicker. And I tell them, it's not that I don't want you to be fit, it's that you're not ready yet. So stop it. And I try to tell them, you have to stay under those limits. I think it's really bad for their bodies. They're exceeding their body's capacity, and they're paying for it with suffering.
But the challenge is psychological, because many of them, when they live a life where they stay under those exertion limits, it's a really shitty life. You stay at home, you don't get to go out. Going out to dinner will decimate them for a day. They can't go to a ball game, they can't watch their kids play sports. And after weeks and months of this, they're like, I had to do something. So Dr. Corey, I went to, for instance, a ball game. And I don't get mad at them. I get it. But it's really hard. But I do focus on the pacing. Obviously, rest and sleep and diet. I'm not going to go into that too much because I'm over time. But yeah? Okay. Rest and sleep. I generally just give behavioral counseling on that. Sleep is a complex problem to address, but I do try to have them give good sleep practices, going to bed at the same time, waking up at the same time, try not to do silly stuff in the bedroom like eating and watching TV, too much screens, too much stimulation, only do things in the bedroom that are associated with sleep, and then obviously diet, just eat food. Nothing out of a box or a bag. All right, just enough with the processed foods. Avoid the high fructose corn syrup. Just really simple stuff. I mean, our food supply is totally poisoned, and we really need to make sure that we try to seek out. Now, by the way, that's easier said than done. You guys know that,
right? Sounds really good on paper. We're all doing it. I eat. You guys gotta hear how healthy I eat. I mean, it's unbelievable. Lisa, right? You heard the laugh from the back. But I do try to eat food that looks like food, but life is complicated, and the problem is we're constantly surrounded by readily available, highly processed foods that are enticing, and so none of us do perfectly, but I do think it's important for especially these who are sick. Okay, I'm going to run through this really quick, because this is just what I do, what I've learned, and what I've trusted that would have been most effective for me in my experience, in my practice. When I sometimes talk to groups of doctors and I'll go into Q&A, they're like, well, Dr. Corey, have you tried this? Have you tried this? And I've tried, no, I haven't. Not because it doesn't work, but you can't practice medicine with 130 compounds at your disposal. I can only get familiar and confident and use and deploy a discrete set of manageable amounts of therapies. These are the ones that I've arrived on. Shocker, what's the first one? Hey, look at that, my friend ivermectin. There you go. Actually, let's add another characteristic of the tragedy of the plight of the vaccine injured, which is they made it through COVID, they got vaccinated, they're injured. And now, my number one therapy for their disease is ivermectin. You guys know how easy it is to get ivermectin nowadays from retail pharmacies? And that's what I'm saying, this war on ivermectin, by the way, this guy wrote a book on it. Yes, Peter Corey. There's a book on it called The War on Ivermectin, and I don't want to go into that, but I do want to bring up, because I don't actually talk about it in the book, but some of the consequences of that war is now you have an epidemic of patients, many of whom their suffering and symptoms could be mitigated by the regular administration of ivermectin, and nobody can prescribe it because it's a horse dewormer, it's uncredible, there's no guidelines, there's nobody recommending that you do it, and so it's a very it's a difficult drug to get. But anyway, the way I use it here, or the way in which I think it's working here, is very different than an acute COVID or prevention. Ivermectin has about 20 positive mechanisms of action. I think the mechanisms are what makes it so valuable in post-COVID or post-vaccine syndromes are very different. But on paper, it makes sense, and in practice, to me, it's the most effective medicine I've used. I would say 70% of my patients report positive responses, generally within days to a week, sometimes large, sometimes modest. The 30% for whom ivermectin does nothing, when I hear that, I groan. Because those patients I know are much more difficult to treat. I know the road is going to be longer to get them better, and the responses that I'm going to achieve are much less. And I don't know why that ivermectin is that differentiated, but I get a lot of success with ivermectin. I do 0.3 milligrams per kilogram daily. My nurses or myself follow up within a week to 10 days, and if they say that, oh, Dr. Corey, this got better, that got better, I'm like, great, double the dose. Let's do that for 10 days. And I would say 40% of those initial responders will report even greater responses on that double dose, and when I see those greater responses, I leave them on that dose. And 0.6 mg per kg is actually a fairly high dose, especially to take chronically, but we have a wealth of data to show the safety of that. So some of my patients are on quite high doses, and they're on daily. The patient I mentioned before, the one who was kind of the public face of that attack of the fake videos, her life was resurrected with ivermectin. I mean, she still has flares. The video was a flare. She sent me a flare the other day, but she actually enjoys pretty high-level functioning, and she's been on ivermectin daily for 2 years. That's pretty much the mainstay of her therapy, and she's very happy on it. She was decimated before, so she was like a really big ivermectin responder. My next one is low-dose naltrexone, which is an opioid antagonist, but at very low doses. It has a number of immunomodulatory, anti-inflammatory effects, and I find it works best for some of those neuropathic symptoms, the sensory neuropathies, the burning, the pains, the tingling, the numbness, and even brain fog. I see this. I've had incredible responses to low-dose naltrexone. I also have a lot of patients for whom it does nothing.
and I have some patients who can't tolerate it. So it's a very complicated thing. I would say maybe 60% of my patients will respond to low-dose naltrexone. Autophagy, intermittent fasting, which autophagy is when you break down diseased or damaged tissue and you kind of like clean out the body, and we think that is one way in which to get rid of spike protein that's infected or deranged cells. So I do a fair amount of autophagy with autophagy inducers like spermidine and resveratrol. Fibrinolytics are important, so nattokinase, which is a staple of the Japanese diet, which comes from natto, which is a soybean, that breaks down spike protein, it breaks down fibrin, and one of the big coagulation problems in post-COVID syndromes and vaccine syndromes is the part of the clotting system which breaks down fibrin, which is the protein in the clots, is deranged. And so you see this excess of fibrin in the blood. That's part of what causes sludging. And so we see a lot of benefits from nattokinase, so I'll do that up front. Hydroxychloroquine, which is a mainstay of autoimmune diseases. I think hydroxychloroquine is probably important for the long run for the autoimmune pathophysiology. That's not a drug that I see acute responses to, and I've come to understand from collaboration with colleagues, it's probably, if you're going to see responses for hydroxychloroquine, you have to treat much longer. And so I kind of start patients early on that, and I kind of leave them on that. So that's kind of my first one. The most recent addition is a compound called N-acetylcysteine, which is really common. Many people have taken it as supplements over the years. It's an antioxidant, anti-inflammatory. I've been underwhelmed with N-acetylcysteine. I thought it was nonsense. So many patients came to me super sick on it. I was using it a lot early in my practice. I never found a really relatable clinical benefit from starting it. But this is a different formulation of N-acetylcysteine. There was a group in Italy who had, and look at the word, they had an intuition to try to increase the molecular coherence of NAC. I still to this day haven't spent time really looking at the science behind it, because I adopted it based on increasing testimonials people were sending to me with this product. And then me and my partner incorporated it, and we saw it in practice. And for whatever, and there is some studies showing that this new formulation of NAC shows an immense ability to break down spike protein. And we see significant, I would say maybe 60 to 70% of our patients report significant improvements or amelioration or mitigation of their symptoms with this product. You have to buy it from Italy, or there's one U.S. distributor, which is in New York City, which is Vita Health Apothecary in New York City. But we've been using this, and it's quite well tolerated. So that's kind of my first line. I do separate that by time. My treatment plans and notes are very well detailed. I give people kind of very clear directions on when to start and when to follow up. I always have them update me in the chart, or my nurses call. I have to pay for a lot of nurses. We do really close follow-up with our patients because we're constantly titrating and doing different things mechanistically. After that kind of first round of that list of pathophysiologies that I try to address, one is mast cell activation. Mast cells are these allergic cells that secrete histamine. So we use different antihistaminergic agents, so antacids or antihistaminergic like Pepcid, cetirizine, loratadine, the Claritin and Zyrtex of the world, and then ketotifen, which is a mast cell stabilizer. So we try to calm down the activated mast cells. I see tremendous improvements in a proportion of patients, not everybody, but I do focus on mast cell activation. And I would say probably one of the most potent therapies that we do, and this is where it gets a little crazy, is that we put patients on full blood thinning strategies. So that's aspirin, Plavix, Eliquis, and nattokinase. And that's what we call triple therapy. There are some conditions in traditional medicine on which you put patients on triple therapy, but that's probably the only thing dangerous I do, because there is a risk of spontaneous bleeds, and you worry most about spontaneous brain bleeds. I do not want my patients to get a spontaneous brain bleed. Luckily, what we've discovered, because there's been a number of groups doing a lot of research on this area, so groups in South Africa and Germany, they're now up to probably 10,000 patients, almost no significant spontaneous bleeds. So it's been shown in my network of data to be very, very safe. The other thing that makes this safe is that we have a lot of evidence to show that patients are actually hypercoagulable. So if you put them on a blood thinner, you bring them more into normal range, so I don't think it adds to their net risk of spontaneous bleed. And then the third safety issue, and by the way, I take full informed consent. I tell them all of the risks that I see them, all of the benefits that I see them, but one of the third measures of safety is that it has a pretty quick clinical response. So if I put someone on a triple blood thinner strategy, If it's 10 days out and they're like, Dr. Corey, I feel the same. It did nothing for me. I'm like, let's stop it. Because most people within 1 day, 2 days, 3 days will be like, wow, this got better, that got better. So it's pretty easy to gauge the clinical response and decide whether to continue it or stop it. And then lastly, I'm going to introduce my colleagues, which is that this is a triple anticoagulation. I also do some nitric oxide support to promote the formation of nitric oxide, which regulates a lot of the circulation, because there's also a lot of circulatory abnormalities. And then refractory severe cases, and I wanted to introduce my colleagues. So I've been learning about different clinic-based strategies. Me and my partner, we've now started treating patients with stem cell exosome therapy. I'm going to let my next colleague talk more about that. I also rely on osteopaths, particularly talented ones, because a DO and an MD is essentially the same thing in the vast majority of patients. Osteopaths, although they had a different discipline in history and heritage, they mostly behave like allopaths. With some exceptions, the true tradition of osteopathy is still practiced. And osteopaths have a very different concept and approach to treating illness and disease. And the talented ones really can bring things that none of us can access. And so particularly with cranial problems and even systemic problems, I will refer my patients to cranial osteopaths. And you're going to hear one in a few minutes if you hang out after the next speaker. And I think they have a significant role in helping some of my more severe and refractory cases. And sometimes I need really aggressive clinic, because remember, I'm telehealth, right? I do supplements and some pharmaceuticals and nutraceuticals and behavioral guidance and all those things, but sometimes that's insufficient. I need much more aggressive approaches, and I refer, because it's not about me getting them better, it's about them getting them better, and I want to figure out how to get them better. And I'm just proud of meeting like a whole new growing network of colleagues that I trust, whose experience is considerable, and we're all just trying to figure out how to get patients better. And so that's kind of how I approach it, and thank you for your time. So I want to introduce the next speaker, which is Dr. Robert Jackson. He's a doctor of osteopathy. He's an immunologist and a rheumatologist. He's the head of 100 docs that have been trying to deliver specialty care to rural parts of America, and right now he's on a campaign to build vaccine injury and long COVID clinics from Ohio to North Dakota, and he has a lot of experience with stem cells and exosomes. He's become somewhat of a mentor to me. Robert sends me papers all the time, of which I religiously read all of them on my phone immediately, and so I really appreciate him as a colleague, and I hope you learned something from him, so thank you.
So just timeline, so you guys know, Dr. Jackson, he was talking about, well, I'm going to let him tell you, because I was like, you have to tell people about this, because there's more hope than we know. And yeah, I'm really excited about what he's going to share right now. He's going to be for 10 minutes. There's one more doctor, and then we're going to have Q&A, but we got to be out here kind of by 10-ish. So I just want to let you guys know that timeline.
And so much. There's a phone number right here. The way we're going to do it, if you have a question, text your question to this phone number. And then Holly's in the back of the room. She'll look at the questions and pick out the ones that really correlate for the most people and clearly read them out. So send a text to this number here. And just so you'll know, all of Pierre Corey's protocols are found on the FLCCC website, the Frontline COVID Critical Care Coalition, FLCCC. And yep, there it is, up high. So text your questions there. Thank you.
Thank you, Bruce, for so much in Satie. Robert Jackson, I'm a rheumatologist, immunologist from Columbia, Missouri. I stand on the shoulders of giants with Dr. Pierre Corey and Dr. Ryan Cole. Seriously, we need to stand up, because I knew in medical school and teaching doctors after they graduated, your brain can only absorb as much as your derriere can tolerate. So stand up and give them a hand of applause. I'm seriously. These guys have endured so much punishment for telling the truth. Thank you, guys. Thank you.
So a quick story of hope. My story is before prime time, because
the exosome story is so new that in 2015 there was only a dozen cases of research looking at exosome potential for healthcare, and last year there's over 1,000 research studies on exosomes. That's how fast it's growing. So it's going to be the future development of medicine. And you know, in a crisis, you act desperately to make the best attempt to help your patients feel better. You know, it only takes only 7 seconds to have your first impression of somebody. And we teach our children, oh, don't respect your first impression of that person. Give them a chance. No, I'm telling you, respect your first impression. And then 90% of our communication is nonverbal. Now, how good was our communication? We put masks on and we decimated our educational process and our children's experience. I'm telling you though, if you don't feel right or feel good about the environment around your doctor, like Dr. Tim and Dr. Corey and Dr. Cole, if you don't feel good, get up and excuse yourself and find another doctor, another provider, immediately. If it doesn't feel right, don't stay there. Now, what happened with us in a situation, I was trying as a rheumatologist to keep my patients as healthy as possible. I looked to the CDC and the federal agencies to give me some guidelines on how to keep my patients out of harm's way of a pandemic. We had 0 guidelines or recommendations for prophylaxis to keep you from getting sick. 0. The only doctors who stood up on their feet and said, here's some things that might help us protect our patients with the FLCCC people. And I looked at their guidelines. Yes, I had a round of applause. I download their guidelines every month to see if I could stay current to their current recommendation. Vitamin D, well, we call it vitamin D, but it's actually a non-sex hormone. So it has, that means it has universal body potential for health. And my goal for my patients that had autoimmune diseases and inflammatory arthritis, I've got people who are already immune compromised with chronic complicated conditions, and I was giving them very dangerous drugs that could make them even sicker and cause them to have a secondary infection or cancer or other serious complications that would take them away from their health and maybe even cause death. Vitamin D, my goal, I told my patients, take vitamin D, and I wanted your D levels to be above 50. Now, most labs say 30 is normal. I'm telling you, it's 50 is where I was looking as a goal. 50 to 80 was a good, comfortable range for me. Hydroxychloroquine is a standby drug for me. The majority of my patients with autoimmune diseases are on hydroxychloroquine. But what really makes it work is zinc, because zinc is the collaborator with hydroxychloroquine to make it work to block viral replication. So I tell my patients take 25 to 50 milligrams a day of zinc along with your hydroxychloroquine, and they would basically do fine with it. We knew in 2003 with SARS-CoV-1 that hydroxychloroquine and chloroquine worked to help mitigate the viral infections of that first round of the SARS infections. So that's nothing new. I wasn't, and then I would talk to ivermectin. I looked to the FLCCC people and I saw ivermectin recommendations, and it worked. The problem was when I called the pharmacy, especially the box store pharmacies like Walmart, Walgreens, CVS, I would call and say, I need a prescription of hydroxychloroquine or ivermectin, and they go, are you prescribing this for a COVID infection? First of all, you don't have the right to ask me that question. You have the right only to fill my prescription as long as I'm not causing harm. Hello, I'm a rheumatologist. I prescribe this all my life. Do not question my prescriptions. And they did over and over again. I had to resort to going to local local pharmacies that would fill for me, or compounding pharmacies, because the box store pharmacies would not go there. And they were under threat by the Board of Pharmacies to not fill for my prescriptions. I tell you this, what happened in June of 2020. The state of Missouri passed a resolution, a law, that a pharmacist could not lose his license. Our doctor could not lose his license prescribing hydroxychloroquine or ivermectin. Yes. And Hawaii can do that too. And protect your doctors. Because every day I go to work and write prescriptions, about 20% are off-label, non-FDA approved utilization of that medication. I use methotrexate, and I still do this day, use methotrexate for rheumatoid arthritis and autoimmune diseases off-label for nearly 25 years before it became approved. So don't let that happen to your physicians, okay? Let's talk about what happened to my experience. Exosomes, quickly, I realized my patients who were getting vaccinations, it flared their arthritis and it flared their autoimmune disease. I also seen the fact that a significant number, I had to increase their amount of medication they received
to get them back under control and to keep them in a healthy status. When I was questioned by Steve Kirsch, he said, "What are you doing for the patients?" I said, "Well, what I'm doing is I'm using a stem cell derivative called exosomes." And let's go quickly into what that meant. I read this article that said a physician in New York City had 24 patients on a ventilator with COVID pneumonia. He gave them a single dose of exosomes, and he got virtually 80%, nearly 80% of his patients off the ventilator. Now, those of you who know this past pandemic, when a patient went to ICU, went on a mechanical ventilation, how many died? Almost all of them. It was a death sentence. But he had a result that was better than 70% survived. So I called up Dr. Vic Sengupta, and said, "What did you do? How did you get these people successfully off a ventilator like this? What are exosomes? Where'd you acquire them? What's the downside? What's the risk of them? And what's the benefits?" And he said basically this. I gave him a single dose, and within a few days, in less than a week for all these cases, they're off their ventilator. There's no drug-to-drug interactions, no allergic reactions, no autoimmune reactions, and you give it with normal saline over 30 minutes. That should have been on the front page of the New York Times, right? How many people we lose that didn't get that opportunity to have this instead of having remdesivir given to you, which is repurposed HIV drug, and it should be called Run Because Death Is Near. That's how bad it was. And other horrible things that were thrown at us to push at us and require of us in their paradigms to get people better. Okay? They're now in phase 3 trials for FDA approval. To this day, if you have ARDS, adult respiratory distress syndrome, or COVID pneumonia that has you on a ventilator, you're eligible to be receiving this product through compassionate need as a part of a research. All right? And I think there was a executive law saying a right to try. You have a right to try, Tim, right? So if you're in the end stages of life and you have tried, exhausted everything that's out there to be appropriate for your diagnosis and your treatment, if there's something else left that might help you, you have a right to try. And your doctor should be your advocate to let you have the autonomy to make your own decision and stand in the gate for you to let that happen. But most doctors are compromised because they're employed. And 75% of doctors in America are employed by some healthcare system or some healthcare agency, and that agency will tell them what they can do and what they can't do, and if you don't follow the guidelines, guess what happens? You're fired. All right? So I don't want to move on because I have just exciting news to tell you. There's 2 companies. One is called Direct Biologics out of Austin that uses a bone marrow-derived exosomes or stem cells that come from adult healthy volunteers.
And then the other is called VD Labs. V is in Victor, ITI Labs from Kansas City area. So these are Midwest and South and Southern America companies
that have this product. And by the way, they derive those samples, whether it be the bone marrow samples or the umbilical cord samples, from healthy volunteer deliveries. These are ethically derived specimens from healthy deliveries that the parents volunteer to give to science and our efforts. And guess what? The volunteers who do that, whether it be the parents of the child or the adult who gives his bone marrow, they are not vaxxed. They're not vaxxed.
And what are exosomes? I'm not a fan of stem cells. Stem cells have been around for a long time, and they've been utilized in sports medicine, orthopedic medicine, rejuvenative medicine, and there's a problem with stem cells because they carry along with them the risk of allergic reactions, the risk of autoimmune reactions, and even cause microclots, which Dr. Corey was talking about. Part of this disease is microclotting, and you get somebody a big bolus of stem cells,
It might actually clot more in their, especially their lungs, where they're already having trouble. So when I heard about exosomes, I was more excited because these are nanomolecules. Nano means 1,000 times smaller than original parent cell. These little
dots on the screen. I'm sorry, I pushed the wrong button. But these little dots here, these little pink dots, they're too big because this is a stem cell parent that puts out these exosomes, and they're 1,000 times smaller than the original parent cell. But they have the same health benefits as the original stem cell, without
all the luggage behind that, the dangers behind that. They are very versatile. They will go where your body needs help. They seek out where you are having damage, infection,
breakdown, degeneration, inflammation. They will seek out the area of problems on their own, and they will give their service to that local site. And they can pass through the physical barriers of the body, which the most important barrier to get past is your brain, okay? Your blood-brain barrier. And patients, a lot of folks we said brain fog, dementia, forgetfulness, Parkinson's, seizures, strokes. This gets past all those issues and helps heal those areas of the brain and central nervous system in a beneficial way.
And one way, we mostly give these intravenously with an IV experience. You can give them IM, intramuscular. And one of the ways we're using for lungs is doing inhalations with nebulizer treatments and breathing treatments. And intranasal to get up into your nasal
passages and go directly to the brain and help in the healing process. All of those approaches I use, basically all of those approaches I just mentioned. And by the way, I'm working in the first 3 months now, we've been working with autism in children with a pediatrician out of the Phoenix area. All right, so I'll finish up quickly. I got the time signed. The other thing I want to tell you about an exciting advantage is a tropical related story. Oh, let me show you what happened here. This is the 50-year-old lady who had COVID lung disease. The top row of x-rays are 6 months after she left ICU, and that's her scarred lungs. All that white matter and those holes in her lungs are from scarring from COVID pneumonia. And she had not been a smoker. She was very athletic. She didn't have asthma. And then we gave her exosomes, and the bottom row is her lungs are 80% improved. And that's just one of many stories. It's not a panacea. It's not a cure. I promise you. Like Dr. Corey said, if I'm up here telling you this cures everything, I'm a liar. It's impressive. It's impressed me. These people were usually on a lung transplant list, and they were told they're coming off the list. What disappointed me, they would go back to their pulmonologist with their healed lungs And they said, what did you do? I said, well, I got some exosomes and my lungs got better. And they go like, oh, that's surprising. But they never asked how to do that themselves. That was a disappointment for me. And that's happened dozens of times.
All right, so let's finish up. Another cases I've had, that's her showing us that she's off oxygen and her O2 sats are 99 and normal. Another patients I have chronic complicated conditions like Sjogren's, like I have right now, dry eyes and dry mouth. And these folks, this patient here had Sjogren's for 30 years. I treated her long COVID complications, and guess what? She had saliva for the first time in 30 years. And Sjogren's is number 2 most common autoimmune disease in the world. Number 1, most of the time I tell you, if you have Sjogren's, take some eye drops, do some mouth rinse. Mostly I pat you on the head and it sucks to be you. Because there's nothing I can do for you otherwise. All right? So that was some other improvements. Let's quickly talk about something else. That's rapamycin. Rapamycin, discovered in 1975, released initially in 1978 as an antifungal treatment. It became later on for heart and organ transplant, like heart, kidney, and liver transplants, to help do immune modulation. But they found out recently, in the last 5 years or so, that giving low dose intermittently is the most effective longevity, health span improving medication ever discovered to this day. Taking a low dose once a week has dramatic improvement for a lot of conditions otherwise we had no treatment intervention for. So it came from rapamycin came from the name of Rapa Nui, which is Easter Island. It was found in the soil of Easter Island, like ivermectin was found in the soil of Japan on a golf course. From a bacteria, a Streptomyces bacteria, and it has been phenomenal to the point where there's some business guy called Jeff Bezos from Amazon. He's put $3 billion into a brand new company called Altos in California to study the longevity benefits of this medication. So he's put his money into the pot, believing in this. And I'm not saying that he validates this process. I'm just saying that's how richly this is moving ahead with investment monies. The other medication I want to talk to quickly for you is called Urothalin A, and this is the best article to read and look up at the benefits of this. It's a pomegranate derivative. There's no contraindications unless I would say you had the most severe pomegranate allergy in the world. But it's a derivative of pomegranate, so if you're allergic to pomegranates, you're not say cross-reactive or cross-allergic to this product. It's 2 tablets for a total of 1,000 milligrams once a day. And you can take any chronic ailment and say Urothalin A for arthritis, Urothalin A for mental clarity, Urothalin A for skin condition. I mean, just go down the list of any chronic ailment and match it up with this, and you'll see there's rather dramatic improvement. So this is where I take my practice. My next lecture here in a few days is going to be for physicians in the Ozarks of Missouri and Lake of the Ozarks. I'm going to say to them, I went from long COVID to longevity. All right? Because long COVID caused chronic systemic inflammation. And if I can help control your chronic inflammation, I can help control and improve your longevity perspective. Now, I don't want you to live to be 110, but those last 20 years you're in a nursing home. I want improved health span so that all those years until you pass to the next side of life is that you're as healthy as possible. I want to improve health span, not improve longevity. Right? That's what we want to see. I'm just giving you the most simple things I can because we're running out of time. I want to finish up because we have to get up here for these questions you all have, and I'll get off the stage. By the way, rapamycin, we didn't talk about so much tonight. We have other nights, but intermittent fasting is crucial to our health. We are not a 3 meals a day species. We are feast and famine. And so intermittent fasting is critical to your lifespan and to your global health. And
caloric restriction. But most of my people, especially myself included, I'm not so disciplined. You know, I reach for that Haagen-Dazs ice cream and get on the couch after midnight and watch a late movie, and I fall off the wagon. So the way you get rapamycin induces
a intermittent fasting response in your body. So in pill form, you've done the same benefits without going through intermittent fasting or doing caloric
restriction. With both rapamycin and uroflin A are in that same ballpark. Now this device here is called an alpha-stim device. You put it on your earlobes. It looks like you have an old-fashioned transistor radio. You can play like you're doing bebop music.
But it gives you a pseudo-meditation effect. Now all of you are far better meditators than I am, or anybody in my part of the world, because you folks are healthy, and most Americans are sad
because they're eating the standard American diet. But you're outdoors and you're healthy and you're doing the right things. But if you meditate, alpha waves are healthy to your overall global mental aspect and to your immune system, but you can induce this with a device. And I can talk to you about that later. I'll finish with that. I want to introduce Alex Francis, osteopathic manipulator. He's a cranial nerve manipulator specialist. He's a savant expert in if you can't get the circulation to improve and you can't get flow through your body to your limbs, I can give you every pill on the shelf. It won't make things better unless you have circulation and you have flow and you block and you open up restriction. So I'll introduce Alex here. Thank you, sir.
He's a native of Maui, by the way. Yay!
All right, so hi, I'm Alex. I'm just going to get started. So I spent my whole life studying integrative medicine, and I over time settled to really being a fan of osteopathy because I felt that it just worked really well for a lot of issues, and it was also quite non-invasive and safe. And I've had a lot of really positive experiences with it, so I've become very dedicated to the whole practice. It really changed my life, and so on and so forth. One of the problems with osteopathy is that it's a relatively unknown discipline. And oftentimes when people have odd or unusual complex issues, they end up seeking out osteopaths because they're not really sure where else to go. And that's what, and amongst other things, we've had a lot of chronic illnesses like Lyme disease that often patients go to see osteopaths for. And another common one has been throughout this entire COVID thing from the very start, and through long COVID and everything else, there has been a big influx of patients that have come to cranial osteopaths. So I've had a lot of talks about it. And what I'm saying here is both my experience, but also what a lot of other people have found as well. Since this is a little bit of an unfamiliar subject, the first part of this is going to be a quick overview of what osteopathy is. So the first one is we're all kind of familiar with this idea that if something is out of place in the body, it can cause issues. For instance, if your vertebrae is a little bit out of place, it can pinch a nerve and create pain in your spine. In the same way you can have something out of place, you can also have muscles that are a little bit tight, and if they're too tight, they compress something. A common one that I frequently see is that this muscle, the piriformis, lies right over the sciatic nerve. So when it's tight, it pinches the sciatic nerve and causes sciatica. And it's one of the things that continually surprises me, how often someone has a tight piriformis causing sciatica for years and it's never been looked at or addressed. Similarly, you get the same issue with chronic back pain. I've looked at so many different models of what's going wrong with the back, what you need to do to fix it, and in the vast majority of cases, it's just a tight psoas and a tight quadratus lumborum. You can kind of see how they both attach to the low back, so it makes sense when they're tight that they would pull on the low back, and there's dozens of other muscles I could give that same description for. However, in the same way that we think of where a muscle's tight, it's going to make something hurt, there's other problems you can get. One of which is that it will compress the blood vessels under it that want to have a circulatory movement. Another one is that you can think of the whole body as being an interconnected system of gears. So every time that something in you moves, a lot of other things have to move as well. So if one gear gets jammed, everything else gets jammed. A great example of this is the shoulder, which we don't really think about it, but it has a lot of very difficult demands on it because it has to be able to move in every single direction and bear weight. And the way it works is it's basically stuck in the joint like a suction cup. The muscles keep it pressed in so it doesn't come out of the suction cup. And then you have to have a whole bunch of muscles fire in a coordinated fashion for any type of motion you want to make. And so as you'd imagine, if one muscle gets a little bit tight, it functions as a bad gear that jams the entire thing up. And similarly with chronic shoulder problems, I've been amazed at just how many of them are ultimately coming down to one or two muscles that are tight, haven't been looked at, and these can often result in people having years and years of problems because that's not what's looked at with the problem. Now, the gear problem I mentioned was particularly relevant in COVID. I want all of you for a second to just take a couple deep breaths in your stomach and notice how you notice the process. And now what I want you to do is think about how many different things have to be moving inside you for that breath to happen. And normally we don't think about everything that moves unless, say, you have a rib out of place that causes a stabbing pain with each breath, or you have a condition like COPD where it becomes much harder to breathe, so that little extra drag matters a lot. But when you have a disease like pneumonia, the equation changes because you have all this extra resistance in your lungs that makes it really hard to breathe, and as a result, every little extra drag you have on your system from a gear that's stuck really adds up. And the reason I'm mentioning this is because in critical care medicine, you're all familiar with the idea it's not good to ventilate someone because that can potentially kill them, but at the same time, we regularly do that.
And that's because if you don't give people an external support to breathe, once they have too much resistance on their system, they tire out and go into respiratory failure because they can't breathe anymore. So we're always trying to strike that balance of when do we ventilate because they need it, and it's worth the risk that it takes. But one of the amazing things we found throughout COVID-19 with both me and quite a few of my colleagues was that when we had people who were in the emergency room who were starting to go into respiratory distress, if we freed up the gears in their rib cage, that was often enough to make it so that they could get out of the respiratory failure and we didn't have to vent them. I saw this, lots of other people did too, and it's just another example of how those gears can be extremely important. Now, and similarly, you can have a lot of other ways those connections go through your body because it's often not just the rib cage. One of the big problems we fail to notice in medicine is that everything in the body connects to each other. So one of the many examples would be I've seen numerous people where they did something to their ankle, they got the ankle bone out, and it caused them to have a problem with their TMJ joint and chewing. And so and it's just because there's that continual connection to everything in the body. And one of the things that's really problematic with our current paradigm of medicine is that we always view things as single thing linked to single effect in single area. And in reality, once you get into the complex illnesses, that doesn't work. And so when osteopathy, typically in these days, everybody thinks of osteopathy as just being for getting rid of musculoskeletal pain or something not moving very well. But when it was originally created, it was actually primarily for dealing with severe illnesses because the founder wanted an alternative to the toxic drugs at the time. As much as we want to complain about things now, back in that day, they were regularly giving people mercury for everything. And it was much worse. And one of the things this guy, the founder, figured out is that when you had those compressions, they would interfere with critical circulations that the body needed to stay alive.
So for instance, in the case of blood, it's easy enough to know.
If we temporarily block the blood flow going to the brain or the heart, that's immediately fatal, or you have a stroke, or it's something in a similar category. But at the same time, you can also have a lot of less overt obstructions that are still a huge problem. For instance, a lot of people have a blocked blood flow to the eye that gradually causes macular degeneration. In the acute cases, I have seen cases of retinal infarctions happen. Those are rare, but it's normally a slower, more chronic one. Similarly, there's an artery in the back of your neck right here, and when it starts to lose its blood flow, you get all sorts of other problems with the head, like tinnitus, dizziness, hearing loss, etc. And equally, when after someone's had a stroke, a lot of times the thing that was really needed to help in the recovery is just to get the blood flow back in the brain. But we don't normally look at that. I'm going to skip this part since we're a bit short on time. But essentially, every time you move, there's always waves of forces that can go through your body. And normally, the forces should just, if the forces go completely straight through, they pass through and there's nothing happens. If you, for instance, took a straight twig and tried to crush it between your hands, you can't do it because the force just goes linearly from one side to the other. Whereas the second you have a kink in the twig, something will snap at the spot where there's a kink. And that exact same thing happens in the body, where when things start to go out of position, for instance, when you walk, normally the force should go vertically through the knees. If the knees are a little out of place because something else in the body is too, then you start having it transitioned into a horizontal shearing force that gradually wears down the joint until you need a knee replacement. And this is an incredibly common issue.
At the same time, you can have the same problem with the loss of a linear flow all throughout the vascular system, and that interrupts the circulation in the body too. Now, one of the most important circulations in the body is the lymphatic system. We can kind of think of it as the sewers or the drainage system for the body. And amongst other things, when you have pneumonia, what essentially happens is inflammatory fluid builds up in your lungs. That blocks the ability of oxygen to get in, and you gradually suffocate because you're effectively drowning from the inside. The lymphatics are responsible for draining the fluid from the lungs so that doesn't happen. And what the osteopaths figured out with pneumonia is that if you could fix the lymphatic drainage, that would basically make it so people could get through pneumonia without it being fatal, because what was making you drown would go away. And so what really put this whole perspective on the map was the 1918 influenza epidemic, with the possible exception of Black Death. In my opinion, was by far the worst viral plague or infectious disease that's ever happened in history. The amount of people that were dying everywhere is really difficult to even conceive of. And at the time it happened, the osteopathic approach worked really, really well and put the profession on the map. That's how they kind of were able to start becoming established in the medical system. And one of my favorite stories from it was there was one doctor who had such a demand on him to see people throughout his county that the only time he could ever sleep was when he was traveling on his horse from person to person. And so they somehow trained the horse to know where to go and have him sleep on the horse. Then whenever he got to each person's house, they'd wake it up. And I verified this in 2 medical journal accounts from the time. And that's not the same doctor. And when it was all said and done effectively, the mortality rate they got was 0.25%. Whereas the normal mortality rate was 5%, so that was a 20-fold difference. So this made a pretty big impact at the time. And if you think about a condition everyone's getting 5% mortality, that's like difficult to even conceive of. So when I heard about what had happened in the 1918 influenza, because I love history, I read through it and thought, what would I have done if I had been alive at that time? And so when COVID started cropping up, I was like, oh wow, this could be the same thing. I really need to do whatever I can to work with these patients and treat them. And this was an example of me working on one patient in COVID in the hospital at the time when everybody was terrified of being within 30 feet of them inside a hospital. And it just so happened that the place that COVID first hit the country really bad was New York. And one of those spots had one of the few programs in the country that actually does osteopathic manipulation on hospitalized patients. So I talked with the people there, and they told me on one hand they were noticing the same thing they saw in pneumonia patients where all the gears in the chest were stuck, but there were also some very weird things that were really concerning to them. One of them was that the nervous system, the fight or flight nervous system, went crazy. And so you just had a hypersympathetic state. And I've since felt that in myself when I had COVID and seen other people. It's very unusual to run into and quite worrisome. But the bigger one was that all the fluid in their body seemed to solidify. And so on one hand, it took me a bit to figure this out, that with a lot of COVID patients, one of the big problems they had was that their lymph solidified and you had to do something to break it up so it could start moving. And once I got that, I would often have an experience where within a couple minutes, people would go from feeling really ill to moderately well. The other one was that the cerebral spinal fluid froze, which is something none of us had ever seen happen before. And to share a recent example, my father came down with COVID recently. I had to treat him from a distance because I work in a different state. And even though like the long distance protocols kept him out of having any threat to his life, he became really delirious. And after about 4 days, I was like, this is a lost cause. I tried to fix this remotely. So I went and flew in and worked on him, and what I realized was part of the CSF in his brain had just frozen and stopped moving, and then once I broke it up, his cognition came back. And it's one of those things where it's a very, very weird thing to see because we just were not used to seeing changes like that inside people prior to the spike protein. And so one of the biggest things I've noticed, which is, this might just seem like an odd intellectual thing, is that with the COVID patients, they would very commonly have an obstruction in their right pulmonary artery. And a lot of times, once that blood obstruction was opened up, they would just get better, and it was often, like, in a lot of ways, the most highest yield place to focus on. But since it's kind of hard to notice and feel that, it took us a while to figure that out. And so the last part, and this is kind of where this all ties together, is the practice of cranial osteopathy. It really focuses on all those principles in the skull. And since the skull is a really tightly packed box with a lot of important stuff that's there, On one hand, if there's something getting slightly pinched, it's a lot more significant and impactful for someone. And at the same time, the whole skull is always moving. There's a lot of different things like the CSF, the membranes in, the bones. And whenever one gets frozen, it basically functions like a bad gear that jams up the rest of the skull. And for instance, you commonly see that after someone has some sort of a concussion, where one bone locks up, the rest of the head locks up, and you have various issues. And one way this is easy to understand, because there's so many tight, small spaces that things travel through, that once something goes a little bit out of place, it's enough to pinch it and crimp a critical flow. So this would be an example of the artery and nerve that goes straight into the eye. And you can see how when the bone's a little bit out of place, it gets crimped. Obviously, the actual difference is going to be more like a millimeter. You could never have a bone turn this much. But this is the same general principle. And another one kind of is that one of the things I've seen numerous times is someone having an impact on the area of the brain that controlled their speech. And once that happened, they lost a lot of the ability to talk until you decompress that area. And it can stay in a chronic state like that for years. And so there's a lot of different ways that these compressions become really, really important. And probably the most common compression we ever run into is with the vagus nerve, which is the nerve that controls your ability to relax and keeps your heart rate at a normal, smooth rate. And that nerve exits from the base of your skull, and it happens to be chronically tight and pinched because there's muscles there that we have to use to stabilize the head when we look at screens. And I say this is probably one of the top 5 issues in the modern world. And all of this, to tie it together, and why this matters in chronic illnesses, is that you can kind of see on the left, that's something going through a hole in the body, is not being blocked or pinched, whereas when it gets right to the edge, it starts to get obstructed. But when you have any type of a chronic inflammatory condition, everything swells, so there's much less wiggle room for something to be a little bit out of place and have a problem. And it happens to be that with things like long COVID, there's this general swelling in the body that causes a lot of places that were initially a little off to become symptomatic because they're now being compressed. And so when we tie that all together, what we find with working with long COVID patients and all the other ones is that we find, on one hand, all those little structural compressions in the body that typically don't make that big of a difference often are very big because they're enough to get the person out of the impingement zone. But at the same time, we often have the experience that if we don't do something else in parallel to dampen down the systemic inflammation, the circulatory obstruction in the body, the treatments improve, but they don't hold. And conversely, the experience a lot of people I know have been having where they treat all these injuries is that they can get a big general broad improvement in the body, but there's always a couple stuck places where, especially where the disease started, that they can't really get them better unless something like this is done to decompress the area. And another one that comes up a lot is that COVID has this really unusual characteristic where it will tighten up long tracts of fascia in the body. And amongst other things inside the nose, there's a little tract of fascia that goes right over the nerve that allows you to smell. And so oftentimes we find when people lose their smell chronically, unless you decompress that tract, smell doesn't come back. There's another one that goes inside the ear that lets fluid drain, so you have an overload of fluid in the head. And so the overall thing to kind of tie this together is that whenever you do integrated medicine, the real challenge is you always have a lot of different options to do for the person, and you have to make your best guess on what's there. And over time, you get a lot of sense of pattern matching of this makes sense or that makes sense. But at the same time, that's not the only way you can approach things. And the whole mentality that osteopathy was originally founded under was just trying to listen to the body and get a sense of what's there. And if you have that additional data set, it often points you to what actually needs to be done. For instance, with some people, you can just tell their circulation is really messed up and the fluid's not moving. You need to focus on something to treat that. In other cases, you can go, oh, the nerves are really, really overactivated in the spot. It needs some type of an injection. And there's tons and tons of other ones too. And the thing that we're all really hoping is going to happen from this is that whenever you work with chronic complex illnesses, it's always different person to person what's needed. And you have to have some way that you actually listen to the body and you get a general sense of what's going on person to person to actually develop the approach. But that's obviously very hard to standardize into some sort of an algorithmic approach where we always do this for this, we mass produce this therapy, which does help with some things. It's just once you get into the more complex illnesses where every single person's different and every weak point differs, that doesn't go. So anyways, I hope that wasn't too fast. I thank everybody for listening. Osteopathy really had an immensely positive effect on my life, so I spend a lot of my time trying to do what I can to teach it, and help make it available to other people.
All doc stars to the front stage.
We have a Q&A. If you have a question, please text this number. There's a beautiful lady, Wahini, in the back, who will be filtering out the questions, and she has a microphone that she'll be asking. So, doctors, if you guys would come back up to the stage. And this is going to go on, we have until 10, but Maui went till 11. So we're going to see if we can go on a little Hawaiian time. Can you drop the light a little bit? It's a little shocking. Mahalo. Yeah, I took the mic.
So while we're getting started, the last concluding thing I was going to say about my presentation is that all the things that we found held true for acute COVID also hold true for long chronic COVID conditions. And the only there's some nuances and differences, but it's basically the same process. And that's been everyone's experience regardless of how they looked at it. I just looked at it from a structural standpoint.
Okay, so we're going to answer some questions here. And we'll start with, was there a placebo, and is there any evidence that some people received a placebo?
There's some interesting evidence out of Denmark recently, and they looked at the graphs of those injected. Denmark was one of the few nations that tracked things really well, and that's why they stopped the mRNA injections for people under 50 very early on compared to other nations. The recent graph shows that about a third of patients, if you look at the effect of the shots and the adverse effects, and about a third of individuals, it looks almost like a placebo curve. Then there's a mid-range of another third of people that there's a moderate amount of injury and harm, and then there's another third where there's a sharp peak of harm. It appears to be a placebo-like effect, but one also has to consider these were poorly manufactured. And, I could give a long lecture on the manufacturing process, but I won't. So the short answer is we don't know. There's some evidence that suggests it, but it could also be accounted for by the quick ramp up of a bad manufacturing process as well.
The handling was sporadic in rural areas. It was supposed to be a minus 80 degrees centigrade handling of the specimens of the vaccine. But the more rural the vaccines were delivered, the less likely that occurred. I went to vaccine stations and they would have the vaccine sitting on a tabletop all day long while they're vaccinating.
Yeah, I think a lot of people, like when people lined up in stadiums on hot days, they got a little injection of broken down, degraded product.
There was also multiple batches that were done. There was a switch that was made after the initial batch for Pfizer where the testing was done and the numbers came from the original batch. Then they switched. It was a bait and switch, where the actual product that came out for most people, the majority of people who had the shot, did not get that initial batch. They got a second batch, which was not similar and did not have the same restrictions of had to be a certain temperature, which was very hard practically to do, as you were saying, in a rural area or anywhere else. So they tried to realizing they had to ramp up for billions of doses. The pharmaceutical company wanted to be able to make it available to billions for injections, so they switched their product, and what actually came out wasn't the original product. The other issue is that, as you were saying, there's three basic categories which we've seen with the injections, and the initial one and percentage of people that got that did not have that much of a reaction. There was a second group that had a little more of an adverse reaction, and then there was literally bad batches. So these were batches of the vials actually were bad batches. They were not regulated properly. And then we saw huge increases in adverse reactions and the effects that much of which we're talking about here, and we saw, all over the world as a result of that group of bad batches.
And you can go to howbadismybatch.com and look up your lot number if you got the shots and see if you received one of those lots. About 5% of the lots account for about 80% of the harms. Yeah, thank goodness, which means a lot of people. Howbadismybatch.com.
Thank you.
And again, 5% of the batches account for about 80% of the severe reactions and harms. And they did a bait and switch too. I mean, they manufactured the trial injections with process number 1, number 2. They slipped the sequence into E. coli cultures and then tried to purify the mRNA from the E. coli cultures. And we've found, and this is breaking news over the last couple months, that the vials have E. coli DNA plasmid circles in them. And E. coli plasmids that code for spike protein can co-locate into the nucleus of our cells. They also contain a promoter sequence from a known carcinogenic virus called simian virus number 40, and a nuclear co-locating signal as well. So we're still trying to figure this out because this could permanentize the spike protein sequence in the nucleus of a handful, a percentage of individuals that did get these shots. So these are known contaminated products. That's another reason they should be off the shelves. They shouldn't have any DNA in them, Pfizer and Moderna. So they're adulterated, contaminated products. Your Attorney General tomorrow could impound them, get them tested, and have them removed. That's what their job is, consumer product safety testing.
Okay, and a doctor is asking, they're seeing a much higher rate of atrial fibrillation in their vaxxed patients and a need for ablation and pacemakers. What is the possible pathogenesis, physiology, and what non-drug therapies can you recommend to prevent cardiac episodes and invasive treatment?
Yeah, we are seeing that, and that's unfortunate. And you saw the images. The spike protein has a predilection to go there. The younger the patients, it's interesting. Pediatric cardiologist on Maui, Dr. Kirk Milhone, is seeing this in his pediatric population. He hasn't seen this many arrhythmias ever in his career. And children aren't supposed to get arrhythmias. It's supposed to be rare as hen's teeth. And after the rollout of the shots, he's seeing a ton of it. The spike protein deposits there. It gets through the tight junctions of the vessels. And that lipid nanoparticle, like I said, can go in and everywhere. Well, when you're exercising, those tight junctions in the vessels actually loosen. And those lipid nanoparticles can get through right after getting the shot, but that spike protein, if it's being chronically produced, which you saw in my slides, then that can also slip through. And the other interesting thing is some patients form antibodies and some patients don't. So we found in the cardiac cases out of Boston, they did a study showing that some of these young patients, if they don't have circulating antibodies and just free-floating spike, those are the ones that have higher rates of myocarditis. So it's mechanistically, that spike protein is small and goes everywhere.
Was the question about how to prevent an event? How to treat what without non-infectious? Some questions that we get is, people who've been vaccinated, and I'm sorry to be blunt and scary here, but, people are dropping dead across the world, right? I mean, the life insurance actuarial data is absolutely exploding. We have unprecedented excess of mortality across numerous advanced health economies across the world. People are dropping dead, they're young, they're healthy. And, like I said, at the risk of saying there's a ticking time bomb, what we know about the epidemiology of these unprecedented cardiac arrests in young people is that they're generally occurring within weeks of vaccination. We are seeing the excess extend out to a year. The main way to prevent those things from happening is to stop the fucking vaccines. Sorry to curse again. They literally need to be removed as an even remotely reasonable intervention against any illness. The only country in the world, there's only one country in the world that's gone far enough, and that's the country of Switzerland, which no longer recommends the vaccines for anyone. They haven't removed it from the market, but they did add a clause that if anything untoward were to happen to a patient, it would be the responsibility of the physician who administered the vaccine. Okay? That's one country in the world. No one's removed it from the market.
I've heard Davos is.
So the second thing is, so get rid of these effing vaccines. The other is just don't get vaccinated. And that actually is a message that has somehow been disseminated, because the uptake of these boosters are near nil. They're less than 5% now. People are fed up. They know that this thing is toxic. And so I think we're going to be safe as we go forward. Now, if anyone has gotten a booster recently, I just want to put out there that we know the damage to the endothelium, which is the inner lining of the blood vessels. It causes damage. They cause these obstructions, these fibrous clots, and that's what we think is literally leading to death. It's either that or the inflammation, the myocarditis. And my nonprofit organization, the FLCCC, if you go to flccc.net, there's a protocol. It's really just suggestions of things that you could take which might mitigate the risk of these events occurring, and that's called the iPrevent protocol. So if you're interested in looking, there's generally nutraceuticals, supplements that have high efficacy at breaking down spike and mitigating inflammation, things like nattokinase and berberine and a number of other elements, and particularly aspirin. And so I just want to put that out there if there are concerns of people who've been recently vaccinated.
And I'll say what Bruce Douglas said at the opening is that it saddened me as I came back to the islands after a 4 or 5 year sabbatical that I pulled on your local radio station and it was saying, get your kids vaccinated, get your HPV, or they can't go to school and be with their classmates. That is coercion, the highest level. And so you need to stop that requirement on the school systems. They approved the vaccine down below the age of 6, down to 6 months. That went through the FDA. I watched that proposal go through. They had 4,000 participants in the study, and when they were given the information, 3,000 people of the participants of that study dropped out, and none of the FDA members asked the question, why did 3,000 out of 4,000 participants drop out of the study? And maybe you know something about that, Dr. Cole or Dr. Corey, what happened there.
Okay. So I want to jump in just to what the original question was of non-pharmaceutical ways to treat heart arrhythmias. Our experience has been, do you remember what I mentioned with the vagus nerve coming down behind your neck with the compressed muscles? A lot of times, if you can do something to improve the function of the vagus nerve, largely by decompressing it, that does help with the heart arrhythmias, although it really varies person to person, the response they get. I've seen some people that had a very large response, other people that had a marginal one. The second one is there's a variety of natural, non-pharmaceutical ways to improve blood circulation in the body. And we've also observed that improving the blood circulation often will improve the arrhythmias. Those are the only two natural non-pharmaceutical ways I know of to do it.
Along the same lines, we talked about that most of the endotheliitis, the endothelial lining of your blood vessels, which is what's damaged by the spike protein, is responsible with the ACE2 being destroyed by the spike protein for most of the symptoms, including the microcoagulation and the inflammation inside the blood vessels. So in response to the question, and certainly as a doctor of chiropractic, like yourself, seeing the mechanical obstruction, working with the cranial bones, working with the cervical spine, getting these cogs working again, we see a big effect on the innate immune system, and in fact in chiropractic we call it innate healing. But in response to the question, the same supplements that will help bring up the ACE2, which is vitamin D, increases the ACE2, the curcumin, and one of those newsletters I had back there has 3 pages on the effects of curcumin, increases ACE2 activity. The omega-3 fatty acids are anti-inflammatory and they're neuroprotective. There's these hormones called apelins, which are also promoters of ACE2. Omega-3 fatty acids help prevent the abnormal blood clotting, and they also help in the brain recovery. CBD has been seen as another potent apelin enhancer and potentially an ACE booster. Resveratrol, which he mentioned earlier in his talk, enhances cellular ACE activity and aids in brain recovery after the injury. It also enhances immunity by stimulating those T effector memory cells that I mentioned earlier. It's a direct antiviral and antibacterial effect that resveratrol has. Alpha-lipoic acid, which many of you know about, can block certain stages of the replication, and in recovery prevents the destruction of ACE2. Also complements the omega-3 fatty acids. Alpha-lipoic acid basically recycles all your other antioxidants, vitamin C, vitamin E, vitamin A. Lipoic acid is miraculous for the liver and helps that. The NAC, which he talked about in his talk earlier, protects the ACE2 from destructive effects of the inflammation, and it helps the lungs specifically. It's been used in medicine for bronchitis and treating asthma for many, many decades. The other interesting thing to know about that is if you remember what happened when they started with COVID, they said go home, take Tylenol, and wait till you're blue before you come to the hospital for treatment. And so during that time, what we were actually doing with the Tylenol, which is very, very hard on the liver, is destructive. Interestingly, NAC, N-acetylcysteine, is the antidote used medicinally for Tylenol, acetaminophen toxicity. So it was doing the absolute opposite of what you wanted to be doing. Last couple, quercetin, which you can get out of apples and onions. So we're talking about something that's not a drug. Also has an effect on the blood clotting and reduces the severity of COVID infections. It also treats mast cell activation, which is part of one of those spokes of our long web of COVID. Nattokinase has already been mentioned, and that actually destroys the SARS-CoV-2 spike protein. So soy foods, nattokinase at your sushi, or you can get it as a supplement, has an antithrombotic effect.
So you can find these on Doc's website, because I know there's a few more questions.
So these are available on the protocol. But yeah, there's lots of things that you can do that are non-pharmaceutical that are very helpful that we use as part of the protocols.
Thanks, Doc. I just want to get to some of the other questions. I appreciate it. Yeah, because I know there's a lot of things to remember there. And so a lot of these are on flccc.net and Dr. Tim's website as well. So make sure you look those up, because there are a lot of things you can try.
Okay, and these next questions are for you, Ryan. What do you think about live blood analysis showing unvaccinated having blood issues? And is the tissue stain for spike common in all pathology labs, or are you only seeing it in yours or post-mortem research?
Okay, I'll start with the second question first. The tissue stains are commercially available. Now you just have to get them in the lab and validate them, and then you can run them on the tissues. Now, we ran a couple of batches where there was some cross-reactivity, so we had to go back and reset, dilutions and things like that. It's widely available. Every pathology lab in the world should be doing this right now. I know of two. Yeah. One in Germany and one in the U.S. And so, that's that. Now, live blood analysis is useful for a handful of things. You can tell red blood cells sticking. You can tell activation of certain white blood cells. Beyond that, it is not used in diagnostic sciences and has been discouraged by the College of American Pathology for about 3 or 4 decades now, because some of the interpretation that is done with live blood analysis is I'll be honest, beyond voodoo. I watched some videos of it and I've just laughed going, oh my gosh, and people saying, oh, look at these spikes on these red blood cells. The spike protein is 1/1000th of that size, and you can't see it with a light microscope. So knowing who's doing the technique and knowing what they are conjecturing, you again, be a doubting Thomas. And when I watch live blood analysis, sometimes I just cringe when I see these videos online. It is useful for a handful of things at best, and beyond that, it is highly speculative and vastly misused.
Okay, and Dr. Corey, do you take insurance in your practice, and do you have resources for the vaccinated to find affordable care?
So the first question is absolutely not, and that's not necessarily my decision, but the system's been totally captured and corrupted. I cannot practice medicine under the jurisdiction of that system, including insurance companies. So I'm fee-based. I actually I moved my practice under the jurisdiction of the Crow Indian tribe. They set up a contract called, thank you, the First Nations Medical Board. It's a federal statute which allows tribal practitioners, of which I'm now a registered tribal practitioner, to treat tribal members under a federal statute. So I can see patients in all 50 states. 5% of my revenues goes to the Crow tribe. Every patient I see has to join the Crow tribe, so it's $35 for a year for an individual, it's $50 for a family. And once we set up that relationship as a tribal practitioner and a tribal member, no longer do the states have jurisdiction over me. Our insurance companies don't have jurisdiction over me. And so, but it is difficult. I've long served the underserved. I've worked in inner cities most of my career, treating most patients on Medicaid or uninsured. They can't afford to see me. I also don't know how to run a practice for free. And so it is very difficult. Now, to the second part of the question is, there are resources. So for vaccine injured and long haul, I would recommend two. So one is React 19. They're a vaccine injury organization. They do support grants of money to help the vaccine injured, to seek care and or recoup the cost of medical bills. There's a more recent nonprofit organization that I've been working closely with, which is actually Robert, it's a patient of Robert's, who started an organization called Fish Out of Water. I think it's FOWUS. Yeah, FOWUS.org. And they support paying for treatments for long COVID as well as vaccine. And many of my patients can't afford the more advanced therapies. After I do my treatment trials, there are some who their recoveries have been incomplete, and they definitely need more help, and they cannot afford that care because, again, many of these effective therapies are not. They're not recognized by the system. They're cash pay. They're very effective, but people can't afford them. And so at least those two organizations can do it. And Fish Out of Water has been very good. They'll put a patient on their website and they'll actively raise funds for the treatment cost needs of an individual patient. But again, that's a pretty small number of sources to go to for support if you're sick. But at least they're there. My patients who need that advanced care can't afford it. I refer them to those organizations, and sometimes they get the money to pay for it. So that's all I can offer.
Okay, and Dr. Alex, because of the lack of lymphatic stimulation or circulation from COVID-19, would a trampoline be a recommendable treatment?
Well, I guess the initial question would be if you had someone who was acutely ill with COVID-19, you couldn't really put them on a trampoline. To be honest, I don't actually know of any cases of someone who's had more of the chronic picture who's tried using a trampoline. I really can't give you a good answer on that one because I can see a lot of arguments in both directions.
Again, maybe my patient population skews to the more severe or more limited or disabled, but none of them are getting on a trampoline.
Real quick, there's a few scientific studies on basically, I'm not talking doing backflips on a trampoline, but just the movement in terms of muscle compression and lymphatic flow are interesting at the very least.
Okay. Yeah, here's a better way to put it. When you are just trying to improve the lymphatic circulation in your body, but you don't have any significant solidification of the lymphatics or anything that's really jammed up, trampolines are great. But if you are in the stage where everything's jammed up, the trampolines are not helpful.
Okay, and Dr. McCullough said today that he's not recommending quercetin and zinc now for the spike. He's recommending curcumin. And is it because it's able to get the zinc into the cells better?
I'm not familiar with curcumin as a zinc ionophore, actually, so I'd have to read his paper or his evidence on that. I mean, hydroxychloroquine is a very potent zinc ionophore that opens the door for zinc to get in. So, I mean, if you're not a rheumatoid patient or a lupus patient of Dr. Jackson on those medicines chronically, and those patients did very well during the pandemic when they added zinc to their protocols. I don't know. I don't know if anybody else knows, but my answer is I don't know.
Yeah, I actually don't know specifically what his rationale for that is. I would just speak personally. I've been really underwhelmed with quercetin clinically. It has extremely low bioavailability. The discord is that my personal experience and my kind of negative view of quercetin on a clinical level is not matched by the data. There's actually trials showing fairly significant benefits when they study it rigorously, mostly in acute COVID. But in long COVID, I have so many patients on quercetin. They're all sick. They stop it. They don't get worse. I start it. They don't get better. I just, again, I'm a critical care doctor. I look for palpable, observable clinical responses that I think are potent, and I've never seen that with quercetin. And that's just my own little bias, but I don't know what Mercola's about with not recommending quercetin.
And if you want quercetin, eat healthy foods. It comes from the skin of onions, especially red onions, garlic, apple peels, grape peels, some dark berries, etc. So again, let the best medicine be the tip of your fork.
Okay, this person is a 42-year-old male, unvaxxed with neurological long COVID, and for 2 years has had almost no improvement and is moderately affected by post-exertional malaise. What are your thoughts on improving mitochondria with cold water or sauna exposure?
If you're going to do the sauna exposure, near-infrared light is the best. And for mitochondrial function, I'm a huge fan of methylene blue, which is a dye. It's also a precursor molecule to hydroxychloroquine, but what it does to the mitochondria is it has a little jump across damaged chains in mitochondria called the cytochrome C. I think it's cytochrome C. No. Yeah, it's a cytochrome C? I think so. One of them. I'm tired. It's late. We've been traveling. Anyway, it adds an electron so you can make more energy at the end of the chain. That the ATP is the end product of mitochondrial activity. That's the power that's in the cell. So it's making more fuel for the cell. Methylene blue is kind of hard to source. The other thing that's fascinating in terms of upregulating activity, especially in the brain, in terms of neural COVID, is a variant of vitamin B1, thiamine, called benfotiamine. And taking higher dose benfotiamine, not just in neural COVID, but in chronic fatigue syndrome patients, it's interesting how it increases the activity of the mitochondria and healing of injured mitochondria as well. So, yeah, go ahead.
I would refer that individual to the writings of Dr. Philip Ashkenazi, Askanase. He's an immunologist at Yale Medical School, and he's the one that's been espousing the use of intranasal exosomes to mitigate neurodegenerative disorders that you've described. And again, look at Dr. Philip Ashkenazi's work and writings from Yale.
Okay, and are you guys aware of any hydrogel issues with the testing, the PCR tests, and is there an issue with them being jammed into the nasal cavity repeatedly?
I examined countless swabs in the laboratory over the last several years, and they're rayon, they're nylon, they're cotton. There's plenty of things to be afraid of, like a dangerous gene and lipid nanoparticle shot. These swabs are sterile. They're not an implant device. There's no radio trackers. There's no nanotechnology. We amplified them. There's no sequence. They're sterile. So, it's fun to conjecture crazy things and go down rabbit holes, but from the scientific point of view, examine these, my answer is absolutely not. Now, is it fun to get it jammed up your nose? No, I got tested 20 or 30 times during the pandemic, just being in healthcare, but no.
Okay, and can you talk about the blood supply of the vaccinated population?
Well, I think the blood supply is safer now than when it was because of what Dr. Corey mentioned. Nobody's taken the boosters. And there are individuals that seem to be making abundant spike for a long time. I think it was more of an issue during the pressure of the early vaccination campaign with the first couple of shots. And certainly we were seeing potential side effects from spike protein being in the blood supply. Now the Red Cross, we should demand the Red Cross test for it, just like they did for HIV back in the scandal in the 80s. The Red Cross screens for so many things, and this is what they're good at, is screening large volumes of things for concerning pathogens that you don't want in the blood supply. They should be screening for the spike protein. I don't like making this as a vaxxed versus unvaxxed issue, because there are long-haul patients that have, Dr. Bruce Patterson's study showed long-haul patients with circulating spike protein in their macrophages 15 months after having COVID, not the shots. So I don't think it's societally useful in the conversation to divide people. It should simply be a science issue. The Red Cross we should demand they be responsible for detecting is there spike or not spike in the blood supply. And that's, now thank you, I agree. Now on top of that, remember, if you have an emergency, getting some blood is better than dying for most of us. So but again, we're at a point where I think there's less spike risk within the supply. If you have to have a surgical procedure, remember, you can be your own donor. If you can store your own blood before an elective procedure, it's called an autologous donation. I know there are groups trying to, form, quote, pure blood banks, and I don't really like the construct because of the actual science. But at the same time, it's very hard to do blood banking. It is the most regulated area of all of medicine is blood banking because of the risks involved. So I would just, don't live in fear. Majority of the blood supply is safe, especially if you're in an emergency and need it.
Okay, would activating one's own stem cells by naturally elevating GHK-Cu be valuable in reducing the negative effects of the spike protein in long COVID or vax injury?
I'll just jump in and say, this is not my area of expertise, but I have seen more things than I can possibly count that have allegedly improved the stem cells in your body that I never saw do anything clinically for patients.
I didn't quite hear the question. Would you pose it again?
Sure. Would activating one's own stem cells by naturally elevating GHK-Cu be valuable in reducing the negative effects of spike protein for long-haul COVID or vax injury?
Calling your stem cells into commission and acting against inflammatory or chronic autoimmune condition is always going to be a good response. You can do that through the contrast. We talked about the contrast cold to hot immersion light treatments. Fasting, intermittent fasting, and caloric restriction. There's lots of things you can do besides and getting an autologous response of your stem cells is always going to be a positive response to your overall health. Dr. Cole, you have more to add to that?
No, I do like what Dr. Jackson said, and I think a lot of us would benefit from fasting because it turns down your weakened senescent cells and activates your bone marrow to kick out new fresh cells. So I really like, and an intermittent fast this process doesn't kick in until about 16 hours of fasting. Now you can have unsweetened coffee, tea, and all the water you want, and add some electrolytes when you're fasting, but no food. And really, an ideal fast is 48 hours. I know that's difficult for some, and so you can take the urolithin, and it's hard to say sometimes. Yeah, rapamycin, which is a prescription, but really, fasting, and then, like you mentioned, hot-cold therapy is really great at stimulating the turnover of your bone marrow cells as well.
So when you fast for more than what it's becoming a fad, this intermittent fasting where, I go 12 hours. Well, as you pointed out in your talk earlier, as we evolved, we didn't have food. We couldn't go to the store and pick it up. We went days or longer without food at all. And so our body, our metabolism was designed with this period of we get to eat, we don't get to eat. We didn't have every morning a nice breakfast. And so there was physiological advantages that we've built for millions of years by going periods of time without eating, and you include the stimulation of stem cells, the autophagy, where we're taking the dead old cells and getting rid of them. And so that's one of the key tools for helping to get rid of spike protein for people that are concerned about that. I wanted to throw in, while we have a chance, we talked about eating, all the doctors talked about eating non-packaged, non-processed food. And so they did some interesting studies. This was a John Hopkins, Harvard, Columbia, and Stanford researcher study that was done across the board in multiple places with lots of practitioners. They found that the bottom line was there was a 40% increase in consumption of vegetables. So if you just added 40% consumption of vegetables in your diet, you decreased by 72% the likelihood that someone would have a moderate or severe cases versus a mild or minimal case of COVID. So as they looked at the whole world, the people who had 40% more veggies reduced, now 72% reduction in mild or making it just minimal reaction. If that was a drug, if that was a vaccine, they would have capitalized on, make billions of dollars. So all you have to do is eat a lot more veggies. And this was not even a vegan diet that they were talking about. It's just people that added 40%. But that's a huge player when you're looking at nutrition.
Can I add one more real quick? And, the question of blood banking. Interestingly, some patients who are having just malaise and long haul symptoms, if they go and donate blood, you have to be well enough to donate. But it's fascinating. This is another way to stimulate your blood cells, is get rid of some blood. And be the solution to the blood supply as an unvaccinated individual and go donate. And make the blood supply safer. And so, but donating blood kicks your bone marrow into action as well to stimulate new cells. So it's a very magnanimous thing to do to help other humans, as well as you're actually potentially helping yourself in terms of stem cell activation.
Okay, and you've all been sounding the alarm for multiple years, and what are the most promising signs of progress that people are waking up?
Well, I think we still have a lot of legal work to do. Think globally but act locally. So I think we need to change rules, regulations, laws, people in certain positions of power. The encouraging thing is people are waking up. When I was in Europe several months ago and last year, around the world they're saying, you guys in the U.S. have to get this right because we're depending on you. Because if things are bad here, it's worse in so many other countries. The promising thing is, look, we have alternate media sources now, so we can get good access to information. And information should be abundant, and then we should be able to tease out for ourselves what's true or not. But the fact of the matter is that people are at least having a conversation. There used to be whispers. Now a lot of the things we've talked about are becoming common knowledge. So people are waking up. That's encouraging. That we're talking about this 3 years later tells us there's still a challenge. And the challenge is silence is compliance. And we need to not be silent. So I'm encouraged to see a lot more people speaking out. Don't be obnoxious, be kind, be loving, be magnanimous, be generous, but have conversation. And again, I'm not here to scare people, here to share science, but we need to have that empathy for humanity by speaking up, but in that way. So just make sure you're engaged in the process. No one's coming to your rescue. We have to be in action at a grassroots level, which this is, and thanks Randall and Bruce for doing this. So that's where I'm encouraged. How about you guys?
Yeah, I totally agree. No one's going to come to rescue you except yourself. And this is going to be one by one person at a time and from a grassroots effort. Missouri, as I told you, protected our physicians locally in the state that their license could not be jeopardized because they wrote a prescription for ivermectin or hydroxychloroquine. They also, our Attorney General, along with Louisiana, filed a lawsuit against the White House and the federal agencies to no longer browbeat
the Facebooks and the Twitter accounts on giving out truth. And they won. So if these somewhat backward states did this aggressive and successful action, do it here in Hawaii.
Okay, we have time for one more question, and then we're going to let these doctors go home and get some rest. So this person came from a family of physicians that are still getting boosters and is not a physician themselves, so it's hard for them to take medical advice. What strategies have you found to be most effective in helping your fellow physicians see reality?
Ask a question. Don't be afraid to ask a question. And you heard me earlier, ask the question, would you give a shot for something that doesn't exist? Easy as that. Why are you giving boosters? Well, to protect from COVID. Well, is COVID as deadly now as it was? No. Omicron has mutated. It's not as deadly. Wuhan, BA4, BA5, all the shots available are for extinct variants. Simple as that. Ask them and sandpaper their brain with that little bit of cognitive dissonance. I mean, it's so astounding. It's shocking. Why? So ask the question. I mean, I don't care if you're a doctor or not. That's a simple question to ask. Do these variants exist? Yes or no? No, they're extinct. Go to nextstrain.org if you don't believe me, and it'll show you where we are on the variants. We're at XBB 1.115 in the US and 1.6 in Europe. And by the fall, when they come out with a new booster, which they're talking about, and the FDA is, authorizing, by the time that comes out, the variant for which they've designed it will be extinct. Guaranteed.
And ask your doctor to provide you, like Dr. Coles showed you, the package insert on that vaccine, and it ends up being a blank sheet. How is that informed consent?
Or informed choice. Somebody brought this up earlier, and I like that she brought it up. Do you get an informed choice, yes or no? Informed consent, informed choice. Ask questions, don't be silent, protect people.
How is it that the vaccine insert, that ingredient has never been made available in the last 3 years?
Well, because it's still under emergency authorization.
That's the main thing.
And so the federal government, gives a pass to the pharmaceutical agencies. And they have a rudimentary one with Moderna's Spikevax and Comirnaty's vaccine that they approved. And those were on data through March of 21 for the original variant and the original shot. And by then Delta was out. So they approved it, and they have an approved shot, again, for something that's extinct.
But the EUA is over.
It's but not for the shots. It's not. That's what's fascinating, and that's the thing where one individual holds all the power, and that's Anthony Becerra. As he's the czar of health during an emergency. So the emergency is over, but they sneakily extended the vaccines and all the EUA products beyond, and I think those expire sometime this fall. So it's really tricky. I mean, when you're in bed with pharmaceutical companies and they're paying you billions, they get away with it. Hey, please extend this even though the emergency is officially over. And that's the other question. Why are you giving a booster if the emergency's over? Going back to that other question. It's really, this soup of illogic. And so that's where you just have to stand strong. And I know we in this room, most of us are saying no. And if there's some people in here who are of the other mindset, at least you know that there are questions to be had.
Yeah, look at the facts, look at the science, and as you were saying, it's really the dog chasing its tail. So every year, the same thing happens with the flu shot. So every year, the flu is a guess of what's the new strain going to be, and get your flu shot, and by the time that particular flu comes around, the vaccine that you got for the flu was based on one that was a year or 2 years ago, and this is even more blatant though. And interestingly, on the flu shot, and they didn't want this publicized, but it was, if you got the flu shot, you increased your risk. So if you got the flu shot and the COVID shot, you were more vulnerable and increased your risk. This is now 2.5 years old. This is not new news. Doctor?
Yeah, and flu efficacy, the flu shot efficacy for 2022, 16%, worse than a coin flip.
And as far as the lethality on COVID, it was so overplayed. They used what's, as most of you are already aware, there's relative risk and there's absolute risk, and they manipulate the numbers just like they do with certain medications. Like,
yeah,
say,
like
a
Mark
statin
Twain
drug.
said, there are lies, there are damn lies, and then there are statistics.
Yeah, so it was actually less than, it wasn't a 95% effective vaccine. It was actually, when you looked at the numbers in absolute risk, it was less than 1%, and we're going to expose 99% of the population to a jab, a shot, that has the ability to cause myocarditis, endothelitis, all these other conditions, and less than 1%, and most of those were elderly people that had comorbidities. So your real risk of dying of COVID was less than 1% of 1%. So this was not something that needed to have everybody and all the children inoculated for.
Okay, so several people are asking about where to find the slides or a recording of this, and it will be up on hi.childrenshealthdefense.org, hi.childrenshealthdefense.org in about 1 week.
And thank you, everybody, for coming and staying late and for your spirit of aloha and reception. We're grateful to be here. And, share this information with a friend or a neighbor or somebody with questions. Again, we're not here out of any malign intent. We're here to help. And the truth is the truth, and sometimes it's comfortable and sometimes it's not. But this is about our friends, our neighbors, our families. So just stay strong, keep smiling, be kind, and live and love and laugh. Thank you.
Mahalo, exquisite human beings. I mean, they are here to help humanity, and we are humanity. Standing ovation for these people. Standing ovation. Standing ovation for Bruce. He put this together for Maui. This is wonderful. Standing ovation for this beautiful woman who just knocked it out of the park. And standing ovation for all of you for showing up. We love you. Spread that love.
Thank you all for staying to the end. Wow, you're the troopers. Mahalo.